Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of the Planning Applications Committee, 27th of August 2025. This meeting has been live streamed and will be made available on the Council website for public viewing. Remote participants, please follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you're not addressing the meeting, writing speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute. If you're in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad. Please do not repeat contributions already made by other members. No material should be posted in the chat function if it is intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time or write leave in the Teams chat function and then join when you rejoin the meeting so we can keep track of whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus contributions on areas where a clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. The usual standing orders apply, including any votes will be undertaken by roll call, and can remind members and members of the public to either switch their mobile phones off or in silent during the duration of the meeting. Thank you. Tracy, can you confirm sediment, please, and I approve remote participation of members at this meeting.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Morning, members. We've got 14 members present in total, 6 members present in person here at Council HQ, being the Chair, the Vice Chair, Councillor John Campbell, Councillor Maureen Johnston, Councillor McFarlane and Councillor Slater. We've got 8 members present on Microsoft Teams, being Councillor Blake, Councillor Dryborough, Councillor Giusti, Councillor Hill, Councillor Jordan, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Thompson and Councillor Walters. 2 members not present at the start, Chair, is Councillor Drysdale and Councillor Lowe, and I have apologies from Councillor Hislop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Councillor Campbell, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and good morning. It's Councillor Lowe's apology.
Thank you very much indeed. Are there any declarations? Oh,
Chair, yeah.
Councillor Blake, please.
Councillor Drysdale is running late. She hopes to be there for the second item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Blake. Any other notices of absence or members not present? In that case, thank you for these notifications, members. Are there any declarations of interest? I have Councillor Maureen Johnson and then Councillor Andy McFarlane. Maureen, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to declare an interest in item 11. I have a connection with Tarmac and the quarry. Thank you.
And are you intending to leave or?
I will leave the meeting, yes.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Morning, members. A statement of connection in relation to item 5. I was approached by certain members in that area who were seeking some advice and guidance. I offered them general guidance in relation to how they could make any objections that they wished to make, but didn't offer any advice in relation to planning matters. I feel that I can remain within the meeting. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor McFarlane. I have online Councillor Stephen Thompson, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a statement of connection in relation to item 7. This was something that was discussed at the last Borderlands meeting that I attended in my role as leader. But it's insofar as that I don't have to register an interest, it's just a statement of connection because it's something that's come up as part of that business. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Thompson. I presume that Councillor Blake was on the last agenda item where he reminded us that Councillor Drysdale was running late. So on the basis there are no other declarations to be made, Move on to the minute of the 25th of June 2025 for approval. Members, is that a true record? I have indications from the room that it is, and there's no indications from online members, so I'll take it that's a true record. Thank you very much for that, members. And we move on now to the procedure for today, and I will ask our Clerk Tracy to remind members and members of the public of the procedure that will be followed today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The Planning Applications Committee will consider each application in turn as detailed on the agenda. The case officer or other appointed officer will make a short presentation addressing the determining issues accompanied by digital images. Any late information, amendments or corrections will be reported at this time. Members may ask questions of officers following the presentation on points of clarification. The Chair has been provided with a list of eligible representatives who have registered to speak at this meeting within the period specified in Council policy. No other persons will be allowed to speak. The Chair will individually invite those who have registered in advance to speak to make their presentation, after which they may be questioned by committee members. No questions may be asked of members. The order of eligible parties being heard will be as follows: third parties objecting to an application, third parties supporting an application, statutory consultees objecting to an application, elected members of Dumfries and Galloway Council who are not members of the Planning Applications Committee, and such members should withdraw from the meeting after making their presentation, and then applicants or their agents. Representatives were offered the option of attending today's meeting in person, joining remotely through Microsoft Teams, or to provide a written statement to be read out on their behalf. Presentations will be strictly limited to 3 minutes per person, except for national and major developments, which by their very nature are more complex, where the time limit will be 5 minutes. The Chair will ask you to come to a conclusion if you take too long. Representatives are encouraged to use the time allotted to clarify any points they consider material and address the determining issues. Certain matters are not normally material planning considerations and will not be taken into account by the Council when deciding on a planning application. Representatives should not raise any new matters without explaining why they were not raised earlier with the case officer. Please do not repeat what is in the report, as members will have already read the report. After all the representations have been heard, the meeting is then in formal session and no members of the public may address the committee from the public gallery. The Planning Applications Committee will then proceed to determine the application. And I'll just point out, Chair, that we are reading out a number of statements today that have been handed in by objectors, and those are as they came in. They've not been ratified by anybody, so they are just statements. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarification, Tracy, and for the procedure outlined for today. Before we move on to the body of the report, I'd like to introduce a young man in my right with Laura Whitelaw, Aaron Smith. Aaron is one of our trainee solicitors, and I'm sure you'll welcome him today, and I'm sure he'll enjoy his time at Planning Applications Committee. We also have a new member of staff, Neil Simpson, who you'll see online later. I'm sure you want to welcome him as well. He replaces John Hiscox in the Planning Applications determination or the Planning Applications team. So we move on to agenda item O. Councillor Dryborough.
Yeah, it's a point of clarification that I'm looking for with regards to elected members who are not on the Planning Application Committee, and what sort of standing their either objection or support has within the process. My understanding is that all objections have the same standing, and as long as they're pertinent, they can be taken into place. But I'm just wanting a bit of clarification on that.
I will ask Mr Sutty to confirm, Councillor Dryborough, but I'm sure that we get a privileged position to be able to address the committee as elected members, but we have no primacy or any additional consideration other than legitimate grounds for either support or refusal, legitimate planning grounds. But Mr Sutty, can you confirm for Councillor Dryborough, please, what the standing is of elected members?
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, if members are on the Planning Applications Committee, you have the opportunity to speak at the committee at all stages. If you're not on the Planning Applications Committee and you have called an application in, you're normally offered the opportunity to, through standing orders, speak for the appropriate time and then leave the meeting. I believe, and Tracy can hopefully confirm this, that applies to all members. It doesn't necessarily apply to ones who've just called an application in, that anybody can actually speak as an elected member through standing orders.
Yes, Chair, that's correct. Any member can make a request through the chairman to speak at any committee. So that's up to members and Chair's discretion to allow that.
Thank you. And as far as the submission is concerned, it's simply considered in line with any other submissions made by any individual, David?
Yes, Chair, that's absolutely correct. It doesn't really matter who makes the representation. It's the validity of and planning grounds as to whether it's material planning considerations that are raised, which will be given the same weight, whoever's made them.
Thanks very much, David. Councillor Dryburgh, does that satisfy your inquiry?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that response, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Dryburgh. In that case, move on to agenda item number 4. An application for the erection of self-batching concrete station, aggregate stores and boundary fencing, siting of cabin and formation of 2 accesses at land adjacent to Iron Grey Road, Lochside Industrial Estate, Dumfries. There's a full application reference number 25/0694/full. Recommendation is to approve subject to conditions, and the case officer is Joshua Scott. Joshua, would you like to take us through your presentation today, please?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members. As has been said, this is an application for the erection of a self-batching concrete station, associated infrastructure and associated work. This is the free-go application that has been submitted, and the first application was 24/14/22/full that we considered earlier this year, and that one application was refused. So this is the second go. I'm sure members will remember this, and so I'll not go overly long in the presentation, but this has been brought before you today again as it has received more than 6 objections. As we know, the application site is toward the northern end of the Dumfries settlement boundary. It is located on the Iron Grey Road, and it forms part of the Lochside Industrial Estate. This is also an area that has been designated within the LDP2 for business and industrial use, and of course the surrounding land uses are therefore the same, being of business and industry nature, with the one non-conforming use being a residential dwelling across the road just to the northeast of the site when looking at the map there. This shows the site as is currently. You will see that there are a few trees to the left and a few trees to the right. Otherwise, the site is laid with grass, so it is quite simple in its form at the moment. This is then what is proposed on site, and you can see all the details there on the site plan. The main aspect of this development would be the concrete station itself, which is located centrally on site. You will then see to either side of that you have your 2 access points, one for entrance, one for exit. Along the bottom site boundary, you'll also see that there are French drains, and those French drains would then connect to a soakaway system which would deal with water on site. Other infrastructure on site to the left, you will see that there's the aggregate stores. There are 4 of those. Going along the top of the site, you will see that there is timber acoustic fencing proposed, which would be largely screened by hedging and trees proposed along that top boundary, and that would continue around the curve of the site. As we go toward the right of the screen, you can then see the parking spaces, and you can see the staff facilities as well, and the waste area. A couple of things to note that would be different when looking at the site plan from our previous application. You will see there are a number of trees now retained to the right hand side of the screen, and you will also note that the timber acoustic fence would run a lot longer than it had done previously, as well as the large number of trees being proposed to screen that and mitigate any potential impact on the character of the area. This is also one of the largest changes from the previous application. The first silo proposed was 8.2 metres high. That is now standing at 4.2 metres high. But of course, that's quite a substantial reduction in height, but it has been widened to a degree as well to make up for the loss of capacity by reducing the height. Otherwise, the concrete station would run as usual. You can see there the two different heights of the conveyor belt where the concrete would be dispatched from, and otherwise it's just the machinery associated with that. This then shows from, you stand on the Iron Grey Road here and you can see the degree by which the silo has been reduced in its height. You can see that the large majority of the machinery would be screened by the timber acoustic fencing, and you can then also see the trees that would be planted along the Iron Grey Road to mitigate any impact on the visual amenity of the area, but they would also help in terms of noise suppression as well and noise mitigation. As before, these following aspects remain the same. We have the 4 aggregate stores, which are of concrete cinder blocks. We have the cabin for the staff, which is simple in its nature. And then we have the proposed fencing as well. So you can see the 2.7 metre high acoustic fencing that would run along the top. You can see the 1.8 metre high security fencing that would be to the side where the curve is on the road. And then you have the bird's mouth fencing that would run around the curve as well at the junction into the Lochside Industrial Estate. This then takes us on to our photos, and we'll just move around the site. These views show you the direction of the site toward No Head across the street. And just keep moving around the site. And you'll start to see the industrial estate coming into view now. Continuing to move around the site. Those are a number of trees that would now be retained as part of development. And then finally from the northwest as well. That takes us through our presentation. Having considered this before, I'm sure having read the delegated report again, you will note that the main point of contention would be that of impact on neighbouring amenity and the potential for issues that such infrastructure could bring with it. Of course, each objection that was brought forward has been considered within the report, which I'm sure has been read. But again, we would feel that the proposal is in accordance with the provisions of the Local Development Plan 2 in terms of its principle, as it's on a business and industry site. It has been amended in terms of its siting and design to be smaller in scale, which was an issue before as well. We believe there are sufficient mitigation strategies in place that would mean there would be no unacceptable impact on the surrounding area, which has been expanded upon fully within the report. And otherwise, there would be no other material considerations that we would have a great enough deal of concern with that would cause us to refuse this application, including the roads, access and parking issues, including trees, and including other representation considerations that have been brought up within the letters that we have received. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joshua. Any questions for our case officer? I have David Slater. Councillor Slater, please.
Thank you for that, Joshua. But regarding fences, fences don't really do much to stop dust. Also, there's noise levels as well, and you say you've lowered the height of it, but you've also extended it by width as well. So I'm still concerned because there's a house right across the road from there. It's in the prevailing wind, which is mainly from the southwest as such. So therefore, I still have concerns about the noise and also dust levels from the site, because you're talking about moving aggregate, and aggregate it can produce dust. Thank you.
David, that was a question, yes. Joshua.
So the fencing isn't necessarily just there for the sake of dust. The acoustic fencing is for the sake of noise suppression. It would stop a degree of dust, but of course some would still get out of sight as well. What has been written in the report in terms of dust getting away from site, and what the agent has outlined to me as well, is that through the process of receiving the concrete on site, putting it through the machinery, getting it along the conveyor belt and getting it into whatever individual's vehicle, there are different methods through this by which the possibility of dust being released into the air is very, very limited. That is the nature of the machinery. That is what the machinery does. They would obviously be aware when making this that this is an issue that they would have to resolve, and so that's part of the infrastructure itself. I can't sit here and say that absolutely nothing could escape, but there are many, many different factors within the machine and other laws and regulations that would have to be abided to in terms of dust that goes along with this type of structure. So that is how dust would be mitigated in that sense. You've mentioned noise as well. Again, within the report, we've received the noise impact assessment. It says there would not be a large degree of additional noise beyond that which already occurs. The loudest part of this development would actually be HGV deliveries. And given the number of HGV vehicles that already use this area anyway, we could therefore not say that the noise would be increased to an unacceptable amount. So we do appreciate that there is residential close here, but based on the information that we have within that impact assessment that was prepared by the professional, we could not say that it would have an unacceptable impact.
Thanks, Joshua. Thanks, David. We have now Councillor Archie Drybrough, please, and then Councillor John Campbell.
Thanks, thanks very much, Chair. It's just a point of clarity again, more than anything else. I mean, the applicant is Mr. Scott, and the case officer is Joshua Scott. I just want to make sure there's no relationship issues there with the naysayers.
Joshua?
No, we are not related in any way. So.
Thanks, Councillor Drybrough. I have Councillor John Campbell, please.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Josh. I'm wondering if we can get a slide back up. It's just for a point of clarity. You showed us a slide with the acoustic fencing extended and what you could see above that, if we can get that back up, if that's possible. Yeah, that's one. So you mentioned earlier that trees have been retained, acoustic screening has been extended, and the hopper silo has been reduced down to just over 4 metres or whatever. So what part of that slide is, where's the hopper on there?
So the hopper now is the 2 dash line bits as such as you can see, so it would have been reduced way down.
It tapers in, so what's the bit at the side of that actually looks higher than the hopper?
That's just associated machinery with...
Oh, the machinery. Yeah. Right, no, that's it. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Campbell. I don't see any other member with questions for our case officer. We'll move on to the list of registered speakers and representations today. Members, you'll see there's a significant number of representations that our clerk will have to read out. So should she want a break or a refreshment, I presume we'll just tolerate that because she will have quite a significant piece of work to conduct on this agenda item. So, as you can see by the list, the first objector is John Clark, and the statement to be out by our clerk, Tracy. Tracy, please.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, John Clark, objector. Thank you for allowing me to submit my statement. I would support such a business, but not at this location. As far as I am aware, a key principle and obligation of human rights law is that employers have a criminal and legal duty to protect workers and others from risks arising from work activities. The public can take action under the Human Rights Act against public authorities if those authorities fail to address pollution caused by dust. This concrete station is being sited very, very close to a busy pavement, the only pavement that connects Woodlands houses to Dumfries. Can the planning officer categorically state that dust masks will never need to be worn for any circumstances whatsoever associated with this planned facility, and that public health will never be at risk from this facility under the terms of the Human Rights Act? Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And given that's a written representation, we won't ask Mr. Suddy to respond, but we will note the concerns raised by the objector. The next objector is a speaker in person. I hope I pronounced this right, Bryony Lazaridis, but Bryony, if you'd like to come forward, please. And whilst you're preparing yourself for your presentation, can I remind you and any other registered speaker that there will be a time limit placed on your representation. I will remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion, and if you'd be kind enough to wait in case some members have questions for you, I'd be grateful. So in your case, it's 3 minutes. We will be timed, and just whenever you're ready, Bryony, thank you.
Thank you for the previous site visit and for unanimously refusing the original application to develop on a clearly designed buffer zone. I ask you to once again vote with your consciences by refusing this amended application and to protect this richly biodiverse carbon sink mitigation area in perpetuity, including the TPOs. You'll be aware the trees are, in fact, mature, home to many species of insects and birds, including red-listed ones, and also screen our kennels with shade and breeze, plus provide two-way noise mitigation, and that the 3 trees to be left would fall foul of road display visibility conditions and thus removed anyway. Also that my boundary is in fact less than 10 metres from the site and my house less than 16, not 30. A major committee report omission is the essential condition that if passed, the applicant must recite all utilities infrastructure on and below the land at their own expense prior to commencement of any development. Scottish Power have told me this. Gas, comms cables, electric including high voltage main and water main are all present, as is a recently erected transformer. The 2 material planning grounds on which the first application was refused remain unchanged. The 2.7 metre fence alone would still create whole loss of aspect to Nowhead, and the development would create general loss of amenity, plus still be out of character on this road, so still contravenes LDP2 Policy OP2 Design Quality and Placemaking, plus NPF4 Policy 14 Design Quality in Place. Other significant reasons for refusal include road safety with no unimpeded footway left going either through the estate or up the Iron Grey Road. This will adversely impact many sectors of the community. But worst, of harm to all locals, is environmental toxin release, primarily airborne particulates like chromium, arsenic, nickel and silica, but also compounds and mixing fluids. Waterborne risks would be created by the French drains. COSH Regs 2002, Regs 4, 6 and 7, and Schedules 1, 2 and 2A are relevant. Silica is a listed harmful material according to COSH, and Schedule 1 lists arsenic and multiple polychlorodibenzodioxins present in concrete manufacturing as carcinogenic. These PCDDs or dioxins contribute toxic, persistent organic pollution in the environment. The lack of proper risk assessments is contrary to both COSH and SEPA guidelines. COSH includes relevance of assessing harms to local people out with the work environment. SEPA's 4-point benchmark for assessments refers to the Air Quality Scotland Amendment Regulations 2002. EH and the planning officer failed to assess toxins while SEPA was not consulted. And as regards harm from toxins and noise, Mr. Proctor told me he has no remit to identify harms to animals. This development would create conflicting land use. Please recognise the noise, vibration and light nuisance aspect on local people, as well as harms to the kennels animals, any local dogs or horses which walk over the area, local livestock plus wildlife. You have the power to prevent these toxins ever being released by refusing this application. Please do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ryan, and thank you for being so brief. Can you wait in case anyone has questions for you, please? Do any members have any questions for Ryan? Councillor Campbell, please.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning. I did ask for the slide to be put up because the reduction in height for the silo, has that been helpful?
The fence will span the full length of our property, and it's still 1.5 metres above that, but looking out on a full aspect of 2.7 metres, seeing absolutely nothing, is whole loss of aspect. And the proposed trees are going to be small bushes, perhaps with less than the width of this table to fully ever grow in. Nobody said how wide, and they're only 1 metre high, according to those pictures there, and that might take some years, but they're unlikely to actually survive due to the toxins and the chromium. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Any other questions for this objector? Doesn't appear so. Thank you very much for your presentation, Brian. Thank you. Members, we now have a number of objectors having submitted statements. I will check the timing with Tracy to make sure we don't exceed 3 minutes, but If Tracy needs a break for whatever reason, I'm sure we'll accommodate that. And just whenever you're ready, Tracy, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The next objector is Nicole Manley. Thank you for unanimously refusing this application when it came before you the first time. Nothing has changed since the revised application with regard to foreseeable toxic releases. As I mentioned before during the previous planning meeting, the proposed installation is not appropriate for a long and narrow site which is less than 25 metres wide, nearby residential houses and light industry where public footfall is very frequent. As shown in the installation plans, the site provides little space for fine cementitious material to settle, particularly where there are prevailing south or southwesterly winds, which will transfer fine powdered material directly outside the proposed site. This fine material will become deposited over the residential house opposite, part of the industrial estate, and over the long term into the wider area, even with control of dust emission. As stated in the supporting material about self-batching concrete plan brochure, these machines last over 20 years, and within that time there will be an accumulation of dust that is toxic for wildlife and people permanently living and working nearby. I really can't believe the planning officer is once again recommending approval, nor that environmental health have disregarded public health dangers. The harms which will ensue from air and waterborne toxins runs, including effects on human health and to the wider environment, are wholly foreseeable. According to Scottish Environment Protection Agency guidance for water runoff of concrete washout and batching areas, WAT SG 75, water runoff must not drain to any watercourses or drainage channels because the runoff from concrete wash is highly alkaline and contains chromium. A French drain is not enough to maintain concrete washout, as over time the system will become blocked and eventually cement washout will make its way on the surrounding roads and into nearby drains. The site that this planning application is planned for should be kept as a buffer zone, as it maintains biodiversity and carbon capture for the industrial estate and a buffer between residential living and an industrial estate area. Taking this away with a self-batching concrete station is not acceptable for the industrial estate or the local nearby residential area. I urge you to once again vote with your conscience and think of the well-being of the local residents of Woodlands, Lochside and Lincluden, and refuse this application outright, plus protect this once purposefully designed amenity area. The next statement is Evelyn Muir, objector. I wish to object to the revised plans for self-batching concrete station. This is in addition to my previous objection to the initial plan. The operation of these stations can generate dust and particles which during material transfer to silos, trucks and during the mixing process. This potentially will affect air quality and public health to those in close contact to the site, especially the elderly and children. Runoff from concrete batching stations, including wash water and potential leaks from materials contaminating the public drainage system. As it is proposed to be on a small area of flat land with no surrounding soft ground for absorption, heavy rain could cause runoff, wash water and other materials onto the road and into the public drainage system. Also, as it will be positioned on such an exposed site, potentially during high winds, it will create dust and material loss from the plant, impacting the air quality for those in the immediate vicinity. With climate change now a factor, the likelihood of more adverse weather in our region is a reality. Concrete batching stations do pose a fire risk, such as combustible dust from aggregated and cement storage and transfer systems. Chemicals used in admixture processes contain flammable or reactive agents. Overheating of mechanical systems such as conveyors and mixers, and electrical faults in plant machinery. Other properties would be at risk if a fire happened. Just last month, work was carried out on the proposed site. An electrical feeder pillar box was installed at this location. I gather that electrical cabling runs under this ground to connect to the said box. So because any excavation work can take place, the electrical box would have to be resited elsewhere on the estate and electrical cabling also rerouted. If this project is approved, the applicant should meet these costs. The operation of the station, including machinery and vehicle movements, will create noise, increase traffic, road usage and disrupt the peace of the surrounding area. The physical structure of the station, associated equipment and fencing would be a visual eyesore that is unappealing and does not blend in with existing features of the business park. Constructed at this location could set a precedent for other undesirable developments in this area, causing further industrialisation of the surrounding green spaces around Irongray Road. Already existing mature trees will have to be felled to accommodate this project. Surely there are more suitable sites available that are away from residential properties that the proposer could have purchased that would have not raised so many concerns. Purchase price of land should not come before these other factors. Finally, constructing a concrete batching station directly adjacent to a dwelling house and so close to other businesses in the estate is controversial. The residents at Nowhead will have a reduced quality of life and the environment of home greatly affected. I am sure nobody attending this meeting could honestly say that they would welcome a concrete batching station to be built next to their house or even in their local area. The next statement, Chair, is from Emma MacDonald, Objector. The erection of a concrete plant close to a residential area, not to mention directly in front of someone's home, is an irresponsible decision. Concrete plants produce much unwelcome toxins, detrimental to public health. Bertoldi et al. 2012 found that close proximity to a concrete plant can lead to significant increase in hospital admissions for respiratory and cardiovascular issues, particularly in children. Higher risks of cancer have also been found in these residing near concrete plants. Garcia Perez 2016. Skin irritation, eye problems and kidney issues are also associated risks. Research recommends that residents should not live within 5 kilometres of a concrete plant in the interest of public health. Adi Yanju and Okike 2019. The proposed location of this plant would place a large population of Dumfries in this zone. Concrete plants produce a large amount of greenhouse gases and environmental pollutants, such as carbon dioxide, nitrogen dioxide and heavy metals. The production of concrete contributes around 8% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. Singla and Stashwich 2022. The approval of this plan would contradict the Dumfries and Galloway Council's concerns and actions regarding climate change. This is a very backwards decision for 2025. The removal of the green buffer zone would be detrimental to the wildlife in the area. It provides a habitat to many different species. This area helps separate the current industrial estate from the road and footpath, which is welcomed by road users and pedestrians. As a young woman, I do not feel comfortable walking through the industrial estate on dark evenings, and this buffer zone allows me to walk home without directly entering this. I have lived in this area for my entire life and have seen an increase in traffic in the industrial estate in recent years. This has led to frequent near misses with other road users, particularly at peak times, with people often pulling out without considering that people are not turning into the industrial estate. On several occasions, I have come across the entire bottom of the Irongray Road and onto Newton Road queued and blocked with parked vehicles on one side and stationary traffic on the other, meaning myself and other residents cannot get home easily. Another employer in this industrial estate would increase the traffic and the chance of these encounters, not to mention an increased number of larger vehicles. The Irongray Road is popular with residents, cyclists, horse riders. Increased traffic would make these people even more vulnerable. Overall, I do not believe it is in the best interest of the public to go ahead with the planned erection of the concrete plant. Thank you for your time. The next statement is from Objector David McKee. I am writing to submit my objection to the concrete batching works Irongray Road. I understand that the planning officer has not taken account of many objections and concerns raised, which includes the impact of noise, dust and pollution on the nearby population and the environment. The junction onto Irongray Road is already extremely busy, has poor visibility and is dangerous. Increased traffic will only make this situation worse. It seems that a building as this would not be built close to an inhabited area, especially when no information is available on the impacts of toxins, etc. The next statement is Vivian Tippin, Objector. I am a resident of Woodlands Avenue and I have read everyone's letters of objection, and the feelings of anxiety, frustration and concerns amongst us all are overwhelming. And I would ask each and every one of you of the Council Planning Committee to consider and reflect what you would do or how you will even feel if you were faced with the building of the concrete station in your street or neighbourhood. As this first planning application was refused, all I ask is that you consider relocating this site to a more suitable location. Next objectors are Phyllis and Alan Wright. Further to the formal objection by myself and my husband regarding the above, we would request that the additional statement is read. 1. We note that at the start of the report, the house across the road is said to be a non-conforming use. We find that hard to easily accept because it is actually outside the local development plan boundary for Dumfries and so falls into the category of countryside. We assume it's been there for a fair length of time. Subject to distance from other houses, we would have thought that a kennels would fit reasonably well with that. We don't see it as a non-conforming. 2. The land of the application is indeed within an area designated as industry in the current local development plan. However, we don't think that it necessarily follows that all land within such an area, especially if it is already established area, should be seen as appropriate for development. Even industrial areas should have amenity standards. Presumably this strip was intended for just that purpose in the original design for the area. As part of the original plan, we assume that they intend to provide a soft edge to the adjacent industrial area for the residential traffic heading further out of the Iron Grey Road, with pavement access for pedestrians. And for those of us living in and or travelling through the area, we feel strongly about loss of its amenity or downgrading in character. In support of this, if it is designated that the current local development plan specifically as an established industrial area, it might be reasonably inferred that additional new industry is not anticipated. There is a separate designation in the plan in other parts of the town for new industry, and it might be reasonably understood that these would be best placed for a new concrete batching plant. We then have Mary Wiley, objector. I would like for this to be cancelled as we have no council representation for this application. It is very short notice for the community to get things sorted out. But I asked the planning team why they were trying to get this through on the site in amongst food developers, kennels and a laundry company, and most of all houses with people in them, and your plans were to put houses up there in the area. Are our lives not important to councillors in Dumfries and Galloway? There is plenty greenfield sites out from built-up areas. I am ashamed to say our council don't ever listen to the community that voted you in the first place. You are all good at trying to help when elections are coming up, trying to provide a solution for the community instead of looking at what you get out of developers for once. And the last objector is Ian Yeoman. You might think that living local is a new concept in planning terms, but I might possibly dispute that planning committee of that notion. When Woodlands Estate was built around 50 years ago, it was recognised that residents would be within a 20-minute walk to the nearest shopping, schools and other amenities, and accordingly a pedestrian footpath was provided to link the estate to Lockside shops. The footpath ran down Iron Grey Road and was separated from the industrial and business park by a small amenity strip made safe, pleasant and open for a walking route. Surely under current planning conditions you have a duty not only to maintain but enhance that provision in order to support and encourage 20-minute local living. But this is not what this application does. In fact, it places an outdoor industrial unit on the amenity strip with some risk of dust and toxic pollutions and attempts to hide it behind a very high fence right next to the path, totally changing the open nature of the walk. Imagine what it must feel like to an under 3-foot child to be walking on a relatively narrow footpath with a 40-mile-per-hour road on one side and an 8-foot high acoustic fence on the other, camouflaged by the planting of hedge which will inevitably grow over the footpath, and on the other side of the fence a clatter of industrial machinery. I and my family have used this path for the past 37 years, but will be totally discouraged from doing so if this development goes ahead. There are other related local living issues which the committee might consider relevant. Is the facility close by a builder's merchant who can provide the small user with the other items needed for their project, thus avoiding unnecessary extra vehicle journeys? No. Does this meet the concept of living local, with all customers being within a 10-minute drive of the proposed facility? I very much doubt it. To summarise, I believe this proposal flies in the face of the spirit of national and local planning guidance on local living and should be rejected. Thank you for considering these points. That's me finished, Chair.
Thanks very much, Tracy, and well done. We now come to the agent on behalf of the applicant, Homer Young. Homer, if you're with us, good morning, sir. I'm sure you know the arrangements by now. We'll have you do a 3-minute presentation, or up to 3 minutes. I'll remind you 30 seconds to draw your presentation to conclusion. And if you'd kindly wait in case members have questions for you, I'd be grateful. So just whenever you're ready, Homer, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, councillors. I'm Homer Young, agent for the applicant. The application being discussed today has been redesigned to take account of matters raised at the previous Planning Applications Committee and takes positive steps to alleviate previously raised concerns. The application has been revised in such a way that the visual amenity has been reduced in a positive manner. We now propose a horizontal cement storage silo which measures 4.86 metres from ground level opposed to the previously submitted vertical silo. This is a reduction in height of over 3 metres. The proposed acoustic fence at 2.77 metres high has been repositioned back into the plot to allow for barrier planting along the frontage to create a new habitat for the loss of trees incurred. It's important to put into context the level of the operation of the proposed plant. The plant is of relatively small scale output and is aimed at the self-builder rather than the mass consumer. As its peak operational capacity, which is unlikely ever to be reached, the plant can produce 15 cubic metres of cement per hour, compared to such a commercial plant such as Hodham, which produces 75 cubic metres per hour. We anticipate around 2 cubic metres per hour will be produced. To put the height of the silo into context also, at 4.86 metres high, this is only slightly higher than an articulated lorry, many of which park in the industrial estate already, these being around 4.2 metres high. Regarding sound emissions, the plant operates at 77 decibels at its source. Again, for context, a standalone petrol mixer on a site has an output of 93 decibels. By providing this plant, numerous sites around the area will no longer require petrol cement mixers, alleviating nuisance noise at individual locations, many of which will be in the house gardens and densely populated built-up areas. Research also shows that the proposed plant is 70% more environmentally friendly compared to traditional on-site mixing. As is evident within the Dumfries Town map within LDP2, which was produced and approved by the council, the land in question is allocated as established business and industry and is not protected open space. Immediately to the south of the application site, an application was approved for a parking area for HGVs for Solway, which led to the loss of a section of the grassed area, which was unopposed. The redevelopment of the suggested landscape buffer zone at this location was deemed acceptable. Therefore, a precedent has been set. The application is no different in policy terms. A 1.8 metre high galvanised fence has been erected in the boundary of this approved parking area. However, the ground level is approximately 800 millimetres higher than the adjacent pavement.
30 seconds to go.
Thanks, Chair. Meaning the top of the fence is actually 2.6 metres high from pavement level, in line with ours. As we're all aware, any planning application requires to be assessed against relevant planning policy, and the case officer has confirmed that the application meets the criteria of LDP2 as approved by the council and the policies contained within NPF4. I conclude by reiterating the summary statement within the committee report that the proposal is considered compliant with the provisions of the stated development plan policies, and there are no material considerations which override the presumption in favour of a determination. I thank you for your time and welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Homer. Bang on 3 minutes. Councillor Slater, please, and then Councillor Campbell, Councillor McFarlane after that.
Yes, thank you, Homer, for your explanation as regarding how this system will work. But you really haven't explained, you listened to people today, they're concerned about dust from the plant, also noise from the plant. And fences, you talk about, you've made the system shorter as such, not as tall, but you've made it obviously wider, which is obviously taking up more space. So I still feel that that people that raised these concerns are relevant to this site. So really, that's really my question. You haven't answered. You say 77 dB. That's almost impossible to say that because wind changes, machinery starts to wear and make more noise. So you can't say exactly 77 dB. A lawnmower is 99 dB roughly. That's what it is. So it'll be in that range probably
it's working all the time. Thank you.
You're on mute, Homer.
Oh, sorry, Chair. With all due respect, Councillor Slater, I mean, throughout the application, we've submitted numerous planning statements which go into more detail on the matters raised. I mean, as you'll know, we only get 3 minutes to present a case at committee, you know, which is quite tight to get all points across. You know, the noise, we instructed a professional noise assessment company, you know, to give us the actual noise assessment report. Regarding dust, I mean, that's been spoken about numerous occasions, this application, the previous application. You know, cement's delivered to site within a sealed container. You know, it's pumped into a sealed silo under sealed conditions with particle filters and dust filters. It is unlikely that any cement dust will escape the whole operation. The end product, once mixed, again, within a sealed conditions, you know, is of a wet consistency. You know, no dust certainly can't explode. Well, you know, there's no dust comes from that wet consistency. You know, it's taken off site. We've also mentioned in the previous planning statement that any dust incurred on the site from storage of materials in dry conditions will be watered down to alleviate these concerns. So, yeah, I conclude that we've provided that statement within the planning report and planning statements during the application process.
Thanks very much, Councillor Slater, and thanks, Homer.
Thank you.
Did you want to come back,
yes,
David? We're not getting into a debate about this, mind, but you can certainly
Okay.
come back.
It's just the fact that people would accept probably a cement plant somewhere, but not adjacent to their buildings and houses. That's what I've listened to today with all the objectors. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor John Campbell, please.
Thanks, Chair, and good morning, Homer. I'm just wondering if you can sort of clarify something, and I welcome the reduction in size for the silo. But with that reduction in size, does that mean that the machinery will be running non-stop or constant more than it would have been if it was the larger size silo?
No, Councillor, it wouldn't. We changed from a horizontal silo, from a vertical silo, sorry, to a horizontal silo to alleviate, you know, the concerns regarding visual amenity. You know, the capacity of the silo will be exactly the same, and we intend to run and produce the same amount of, you know, product that, you know, as per the previous application. So there'll be no increase in product leaving the site.
Thanks.
Just for visual amenity.
Yeah, thanks. And just on another point, I look back at the previous application. There was 22 objections. There's 66 objections on this one. I'm just wondering why it's gone threefold.
I take it that's not anything that the applicant's agent can respond to. That's just an observation, Councillor Campbell. Councillor McFarlane, please.
No, I'll withdraw, Chair. Questions have been asked. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Maureen Johnson, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's just regarding the hedging on the fencing. This hedging, I notice it's going to be maintained, but will that, when it's in growth, full growth, will that actually encroach onto the pavement and therefore reducing the width of the pavement? Thank you.
No, it wouldn't be the intention for it to encroach onto the pavement. That would be managed by the applicant. There's going to be full-time members of staff on site, and that will be part of their daily or weekly, monthly maintenance schedule. That they'll maintain that hedge so it doesn't encroach onto the pavement in any way. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Johnson. There do not appear to be any other questions for the applicant's agent. So thanks very much for presenting today, Homer. Thank you. Members, we're in session. Councillor Slater, please. Microphone.
Oh, it should. That's it. I propose this application should be refused today because I don't think all the questions have really been answered, and as regarding dust from the plant and noise from the plant and fences and that will not really reduce that. So that's why
I will come back to you because it'll have to be framed. Your motion to refuse will have to be framed in planning terms. But we'll maybe get some other support for you if other members are likewise minded. I have Councillor Dryburgh, please.
Chair, first of all, can I thank the officer for the report in front of us and the applicant for doing his best to relieve those concerns from the previous application. I mean, there's been obviously quite a bit of work done for that particular. However, I do still have those concerns which members have already put to the applicant. And on reflection, I'm still not happy with, although I wasn't part of the first application because I was on another meeting, I would suggest that we overturn the recommendation to refuse the application. And on page 22, the planning history at 1.8, the proposal is contrary to the Dumfries and Galloway Council Local Development Plan 2 Policy OP2, Design Quality and Placemaking and related supplementary guidance, which goes on, but the change in that is including a 4.86 metre high silo and associated plant, together with a 2.7 metre high acoustic fence, and all the other words within that paragraph is the same. And then 2, the proposal is contrary to Dumfries and Galloway Council Local Development Plan 2 Policy OP1. And again, the change there is the scale and siting of the 4.8 metre high silo and associated plant, together with a 2.7 metre high acoustic fence, would have an unduly detrimental impact on the existing level of amenity experienced in the adjacent resident property through loss of aspect. So I would propose that we refuse this on those particular terms, because I'm still not confident that those things that have happened are going to help the situation here.
Thank you. Before you leave, Councillor Dryburgh, Councillor Slater has already put forward a motion to refuse, although he didn't apply the text that you have. Are you either happy, Councillor Slater, to second Councillor Dryburgh's motion, although you've already tried to put one, or is Councillor Dryburgh happy to have you attach that text to your motion and Councillor Dryburgh second it? And I'll ask Councillor Dryburgh first to respond to that.
I'm happy with what I've said, Chair, and obviously the situation is you require those comments and reasons for that. So if Councillor Slater wants to second that, that's fine. If anybody else is, I'm happy with that as well.
Councillor Slater, are you happy to change and second Councillor Dryburgh's motion, given that there's a detailed planning reason for that motion to be put?
I have no problem with that, sir.
So we have a motion and a seconder. I now have Councillor Emma Jordan, followed by Councillor Stephen Thompson. Emma, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was just going to echo what Councillor Dryburgh and Councillor Slater said. I would not like to proceed with this application. I'd like to refuse. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma. Councillor Stephen Thompson, please.
Thanks, Chair. So, I mean, this is quite a difficult one in the sense that the applicant has clearly come back to try and make reasonable adjustments to what they're putting forward to try and make sure that they address as much as possible the concerns that were raised the last time. So, I'm just wondering. I would like a bit of advice, if possible, through David Sutty, if that's okay. I mean, are we able to specify a maximum height here within which it would be accessible if that's going to constitute the substance of the reason why we're refusing it? Because it must be very difficult to navigate for developers potentially, which we do want to welcome in terms of business and employment, on an industrial site. You know, if we're saying, well, no, not that high, no, not that high, no, not that high, and you know, we need to reach a sort of sensible decision here at some point, and it might be that it's not quite right today. I'm still not quite made up my mind about that, but I'm concerned that we might be just having a moving goalpost of height for development, if that's going to be one of the key reasons. So would it be possible to get a bit of advice from David just in terms of how specific can we be in terms of the maximum height of any potential development here? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question, Councillor Thompson. And of course, I'll ask David that. I'll also ask him if the motion currently is competent or if it needs adjusted based on the previous decision. So there's maybe two questions rolled into one. David, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, given that I was comfortable with the competency of the reasons for refusal last time, I'm not going to say differently this time. And funnily enough, I had made notes that if members were minded to refuse it, then it would be, as on page 22, 23, but amending the height, as indeed Councillor Dryburgh has put forward. So quite comfortable with that. Whilst I do get a clear sense that members are uncomfortable about the very principle of this development, I don't think that the issue of a specific height is being put forward by members. It's more along the lines that they're considering each application on its own merits. The previous one was found to be lacking in the view of members, and similarly this one is still viewed as being visually unacceptable. So I don't think it would be appropriate for members or officers to give a maximum or minimum height that is going to make it acceptable. Every application should be looked at on its own merits. Clearly the members have looked at this one on its own merits and still feel that it is contrary to the various policies listed in the motion for refusal.
Thanks very much for that helpful response. Are you happy with that, Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I suppose, yes, obviously we do consider each application on its merit, but I think there's a bit of, obviously we would be keen as a planning authority, I'm sure, in line with our wider objectives to work with developers where possible, so that at least we're not wasting anybody's time. Do you know what I mean? Because it does, I appreciate we do want to see development, because in another committee we'll be saying that, but in this committee we're saying, yeah, but not quite like this. So it would probably be helpful if a subsequent application does manage to come in, then there's at least a reasonable chance that the developer sort of knows that, if it's 2 meters high, is that all right? Do you know what I mean? So, so I think it'd be helpful if we can at least maintain that dialogue with developers, so that if officers take a look at it and say, yeah, this fits all the policy, but members are obviously taking into account all the other factors as well, which is quite right and proper, then there has to be at least a point where some reasonable way forward can be found. But I'm not putting forward an amendment at this point, Chair. It's just to make that observation and just to try and take into account the whole situation here. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. And I understand what you're trying to relate to other members, and I think it would be unreasonable for us to tell any developer, by the way, you can't come with this particular application site, although maybe a custom and practice, if they fail often enough, maybe the message would get through. But that's another story for another day. Members have clearly indicated, some members, that they're not happy with the application and set out the reasoning why. And I'm now looking for an alternative proposal, if there is one, to a recommendation to refuse. There doesn't seem to be any proposal coming forward. So in that case, the motion is unanimous, a unanimous decision of this committee. Can you confirm the decision of the committee, please, Tracy?
Thanks, Chair. Members have agreed to refuse the application on the grounds that 1, the proposal is contrary to Dumfries and Galloway Council Local Development Plan 2, Policy OP2, Design Quality and Placemaking and the related supplementary guidance, and National Planning Framework 4, Policy 14, Design Quality and Place, by virtue of it introducing a development including a 4.8 metre high silo and associated plant, together with a 2.7 metre high acoustic fence and a prominent isolated position on a landscape buffer area including 11 trees, separating the existing industrial uses in Lochside Industrial Estate from Iron Grey Road. As such, it would result in an incongruous and unduly prominent development which would not relate well to the scale or massing of the existing development in the area and would be harmful to the visual amenity of the surrounding area. And 2, the proposal is contrary to Dumfries and Galloway Council Local Development Plan 2, Policy OP1, Development Considerations, Part A, General Amenity, and that the scale and siting of the 4.8 metre high silo and associated plant, together with a 2.7 metre high acoustic fence, would have an unduly detrimental impact on the existing level of amenity experienced in the adjacent residential property now head through loss of aspect. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Move on to agenda item number 5. An application for the erection of a dwelling house class 9 and in brackets replacement and demolition of existing dwelling house at 1 Mill Hall, Borg. This is a full application, reference number 24/1508/full. The recommendation is approved subject to conditions, and the case officer is Iona Brooke. Iona, will you take us through your presentation, please? Upon it's Rachel subsidising, I know it is.
I'll be Iona for the day. It's okay. Thank you, councillors. The application before you seeks planning permission to replace the existing dwelling on site. Moving through the slides, this shows the existing application site with the existing dwelling. You can see the dwelling there in the bottom corner of the site, hopefully. So there has been some significant changes to the dwelling since we received it following consultation and work undertaken by officers, but we thought it was just a good idea to take you through the original plans as they were submitted. So this is the original floor plan, and this was the original dwelling, replacement dwelling that was submitted. As you can see, it's a significant 2-storey building with single-storey wings. The amended design we've got, which is now under consideration, has been substantially reduced by over 2 metres. The ridge height is approximately 1 metre or just under from the ridge height of the existing dwelling. Glazing has also been substantially reduced from the original application. So this is the proposed site plan. As you can see, it is sited in approximately at the bottom corner, the site of the original dwelling. Those are the floor plans, so it's for a 3-bedroom house, 2 bedrooms to the ground floor and a master suite to the roof space. So moving through the images of the site, you can see the site outlined in red and the adjacent housing to 3 sides of it. This is the view across the bay from Kirkcudbright, looking towards the site. The red arrow is pointing to the house that exists at the moment. This is the site looking along the street with the house as existing to the left, where the car is parked. The existing dwelling, the car park and entrance to the existing dwelling. Looking from the rear of the house at the moment across the bay. Again, another site looking from the roadside across the bay. And that is the indicative image of the current design. So, turning to the report, the application before you is that is before you, because there have been 6 objections made to the proposal. These included concerns over the massing character, extensive glazing materials and potential impacts on biodiversity. As touched on in the presentation through the slides, significant alterations to the proposal have been achieved since its submission, reducing its height, glazing, securing appropriate materials and also receiving a BAT survey to ensure that any issues with biodiversity are minimised. Officers are content that the amendments as received will ensure that the resultant building is acceptable within its context. Whilst the replacement dwelling is larger, a significant proportion of this large plot remains undeveloped. As I stated, there have been queries over the height of the building. Just to confirm that the ridge height is approximately 1 metre above that of the existing dwelling as the application now stands. We consider that this increase in height is acceptable. The proposed materials include the use of stone, oak and slate. These are considered acceptable in relation to the materials in the area, reflecting local character. The colours proposed are generally more recessive than the existing white finish. The proposal as amended is considered to result in a quality replacement dwelling and is therefore recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rachel. Any questions for our case officer? Vice Chair, Councillor Baretti, please.
Yeah, thank you there. I know it's not here, but was there an energy statement from the older building to the newer building? What would be the difference?
We don't have an energy statement which compares the two buildings, just to show that the current building would meet requirements.
Thanks, Councillor Baretti. I have Councillor Keith Walters, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just on page 44, 4.4, when you talk about the principle of development, it says it mentions the appropriate scale within the same curtilage. Can you just confirm whether the sort of footprint of the new house, how that compares to the footprint of the old house? Because when you see the pictures, the slides that you've just put up, it seems to be a lot larger than the footprint of the old house. And I understand they've reduced the height, but it's the actual sort of footprint of the whole house I'm interested in confirming.
It is larger, but the plot itself is a really large plot, so there is a significant amount of the plot that remains undeveloped. Given the size of the plot, we consider that the increase in the footprint is acceptable.
Thank you, Rachel. Are you happy with that, Keith?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Walters. I have now Councillor McFarlane. Andy, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thanks, Iona. No, I was going to ask the same question as Councillor Walters, but it also says there about allows for one-to-one replacement of an existing permanent house. So it does seem a bit odd that we're saying that because of the size of the plot that we would be prepared to be flexible on that. But also at 4.11 it talks about SEPA and there's no mention of any flood risk or whatever. Now, I'm familiar with that area and I'm also familiar with the rise and fall of the ebb and flow of the tides at Kirkcudbright Bay. What consideration have we given to flood risk in relation to that? I know there are other properties there as well. Thanks.
Rachel.
So because it is the replacement of a dwelling, there's no increase in because it's replacing the dwelling, there's no increase in vulnerability to the use of the site. So in terms of flooding, there are no issues for replacing a dwelling.
Have we spoken to our flood risk management team in relation to that at all?
It's not in a flood zone, so we don't consult them.
Thanks, Councillor McFarlane. Any other questions for our case officer? In that case, we move on to representatives. Tracy's having a quick drink. There are a number of statements to be read out, so I'll just leave Tracy to read them out as she sees fit. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. First statement is Adam Finlay, objector. It seems to me astonishingly unjust that so many valid objections by Millhall residents, all of them without exception, should be dismissed by the planning officer in this high-handed way. I am also deeply unimpressed by the results of the bat survey. A 200-year-old cottage with no bats, when they are in every other house around it, is simply not credible. Having lived here for 28 years, I think you can take my word for it over that of a so-called expert. I am also deeply concerned about the use of jackhammers to be used for digging out a deep foundation and mostly bedrock for the new dwelling house. The cost of the damage to surrounding houses could be substantial. The next statement is from Ian and Wendy Kemp. There is two parts to this one, Chair, so I'll get through as much as I can. I might not be able to get to the second part.
So that's fine, Tracy.
We wish to reaffirm our objection to this application. In the officer's report, paragraph 4.4 talks about appropriate scale. The existing footprint is 130 square metres, whereas the proposed replacement is 241. The floor space goes from 130 to 465 square metres. These increases defy any definition of appropriateness. The plan also proposes rotating and stretching the property from the corner of the site across to the centre, well outside of the current footprint. Paragraph 4.5 doesn't consider its traditional construction and placement, nor its context in the landscape since 1850. Its presence led to the pattern of replacements and style and look for the properties that were subsequently built. In addition, the cottage has a cultural connection with Dorothy L. Sayers being used in the BBC TV series that was shot at locations referenced in 5 Red Herrings. Paragraph 4.6, the poor condition justifying demolition is due to the willful neglect of the applicants. Supporting demolition is rewarding poor stewardship. Natural justice suggests that should demolition be warranted, any replacement should be positioned within the existing footprint and rendered. Paragraph 4.7 states support will only be given where the development is suitably scaled, sited and designed to be in keeping with the area. The proposed property is none of these, being such larger, sited significantly beyond the present footprint and using a non-standard palette for Mill Hall. Paragraph 4.9 regarding massing and detailing, it should be broadly reflected of the appearance of other modern buildings within the vicinity. The only recent obvious new build nearby is the one at Clackendolly, which is rendered. The site overlooks a popular bathing beach and is part of a vista that is enjoyed by large numbers of both locals and tourists. If this development is such an enhancement to that, why are there no renders comparing it to the photo on page 8 of the submission? I believe the omission is deliberate and it would have prompted additional objections from people who frequent the dune. Paragraph 4.12 only mentioned bats, which are everywhere in Mill Hall, while I have photographs of badgers, red squirrels, pine mantards and Mill Hall, all of whom could be adversely affected by the proposal. As it is not a mandate in law, there has been no consultation with neighbours. If approved, this will be a property that will be imposed on its neighbours and also on the wider public. The location and that the applicants own 2 adjoining holiday lets gives rise to genuine concerns that this property will never be occupied by the applicants. The existing lets are subject to council enforcement action, which I believe confirms that the applicants just serve their own narrow interests. Planning control should not be just a tick box exercise of meeting broadly worded policies. The built environment is known to affect people's lives. That's 3 minutes, Chair.
I have asked our clerk to stop their statement if it goes beyond 3 minutes. That's in the interest of fairness, because that's the time allocated to representatives who appear in person. So any statement that goes beyond the 3-minute period, our clerk will automatically stop speaking. Next one, Tracy, please.
Thanks, Chair. Alan Milne, objector. I would like to object to this planning application on the following points. The primary concerns relate specifically to the impact on the residential amenity, privacy and overlooking onto my neighbouring property at number 2 Mill Hall. Although I am not against a new build, my key concerns are the proposed building's angled positions faces inwards towards the neighbouring property at number 2 Mill Hall. This significantly alters the established privacy of this property. The proposed rear elevation features both ground and first floor living spaces with the full height windows and Juliet balconies that are positioned in such a way that they would overlook my property and not be in keeping with existing site layout positions. Comparison with the initial application drawings, the initial application was rejected due to concerns regarding massing and scale. Crucially, the building position and rear elevation of that initial proposal faced away from the garden at number 2 Mill Hall, which was in keeping with the existing site layout. The committee plan drawing shows all the existing properties 1, 2 and 3 Mill Hall positioned to face slightly away from each other, maintaining a degree of privacy and visual separation. Impact of this revised application. This proposed building, now at an angle facing inwards to the neighbouring property, coupled with the full height windows and balconies on both floors, will directly lead to 2 Mill Hall being overlooked, especially from the first floor level. The proposed plans fundamentally change the privacy currently enjoyed by 2 Mill Hall. Why can't it be facing the same way as the existing cottage on the site it is replacing, or at least on the same parallel as the adjacent property instead of facing towards it and overlooking it? Building position and site surveys. Regarding the application drawings and the statement within them, quote, all setting out dimensions and levels are indicative and are subject to detailed site survey and site conditions, unquote. This increases concerns as to where the final building position will be on the site. The final position appears to be upon the results of the detailed site survey indicating that it is yet to be confirmed. The next statement is Eric Roycroft. I continue to object strongly to this second proposal for this site submitted by the above person. The new house, as proposed, would be significantly larger in height and plan area than the one existing and out of character with other residences within Mill Hall. I would lose the view to Doon Bay that I have enjoyed since moving here almost 10 years ago. The proposed structure would obscure it and devalue my property. Please also consider the visual impact of this proposed residence, especially when viewed from Doon Bay. Thank you for your consideration. The next statement is Katie and Martin Valentine. We are one of 12 houses in the development, 11 which have objected to the planning application on one or more occasions. The remaining one house belongs to the applicant. It is clear that the entire small community at Mill Hall is not in favour of the new build. We have written to the planning department in detail on 2 occasions as to why we object to the proposed building, and we will summarise these in this document. General amenity. The proposed building is significantly larger in mass, height and scale compared to all of the houses in the scheme. 10 bungalows and one 1.5-storey bungalow. The build will take up significantly more space on the highest aspect of the current lot. If it's scaled and if it goes ahead, will be at least 3 to 4 times the size of the current dwellings. We will therefore feel it is not compatible with the character and amenity of the area. Siting at the highest point of the property, there will be a restricted view and loss of privacy at number 2 Mill Hall, as it will overlook and run parallel with the majority of their property. There will be a restricted view and potential loss of privacy for both number 5 and 6 Mill Hall. The mass, height and scale of the proposed house will be utterly out of context with viewing Mill Hall from the road, from the popular Doon Beach, from the front road of Mill Hall houses 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, and potentially from the back road of Mill Hall houses 10, 11 and 12. The houses on Mill Hall are situated on bedrock covered by minimal stratum of soil. The vibration caused by the hammerjack required to blast through hard rock in order to create the foundations of the proposed build will put the houses in the vicinity at risk of structural damage. This is something that we have unfortunately experienced in the past in other house developments on Mears Road in Kirkcudbright at the time of the creamery demolition. Historic environment. The proposed building does not enhance the character of Mill Hall, a development that has been in situ in part of the landscape for the past 50 years at a significantly larger in mass scale and differing in style. We do not believe that the materials used to build the proposed house are sympathetic with the remainder of the houses in the development, which are clad in Fife stone. The proposed build would therefore not integrate with or complement the surrounding area. Landscape. The current view of Mill Hall from the dune and the road provides a long-standing and pleasant vista and a small development of modest bungalows. We feel the proposed build with its bulk and scale would not tie in and would disrupt the quality of the landscape from the road, from Mill Hall itself and in particular from the popular Doon Beach. Biodiversity and natural environment. We have concerns that the fauna at Mill Hall and feel that the process of building the proposed house will potentially and or permanently affect its rich biodiversity. We currently have regular sightings of the following fauna: newts, toads, bats, red squirrels, butterflies, shrews, deer and a diverse variety of moths, bees and birds. Thank you for your consideration. We hope that you will take into account what we have stated in conjunction with the other options of the vast majority of Mill Hall residents who strongly object to this proposal on a beautiful part of Dumfries and Galloway. The next statement is George Wishart. Mill Hall is part of a small building group. Local Development Plan number 2, Policy OP1C applies. This concerns massing. Policy OP2 also applies. This concerns build materials. The planning officer's opinion that the application very little reduced from its original and still using built materials very different from the rest of the small building group of Mill Hall complies with the policies. I disagree strongly. I shall have to live with the consequences of a positive decision, including its effect as a president. The owners of all the other buildings in the group have individually objected and are very concerned at the impact approval of this application would have on the appearance and amenity of their small building group. This is a building proposed to be built in our front yard, not our backyard. It will be too large, badly sited and have an appearance very different from the other buildings in the group. If built, it will have an adverse effect on the amenity of other owners. I respectfully ask that the committee takes account of the terms of my objection and the strength of the feeling against the application illustrated by the fact that every owner in the group other than the applicant has objected to this application. I ask that the committee refuses this application. I also question what is meant by the new building being 1 metre higher than the old. The old building has a chimney height above its ridge height. Will the proposed new building's height exceed by 1 metre that of the chimney of the old building or the ridge height of the old building? Next statement is Mary Wishart. Mill Hall was planned as a small group of houses to blend in character and size with the original property Mill Hall Cottage known as Number 1 Mill Hall. The mass of the proposed new building is out of character with the mass of the other buildings in the development. The length is only 4 metres less than the first plans that went in. The proposed building materials are out of character with building materials of the rest of the properties whose title deed stated what should be used. Since Mr Scott is chair of Mill Hall Foyers Association and would like every property owner, when he and Mrs Scott purchased to honour the property, he should have signed to honour these title deeds and be part of the MFA. Why hasn't he and Mrs Scott now chose to ignore them? The Doon Beach has been a long favourite of Kirkcudbright residents to visit for enjoyment and relaxation. If this very large property is built, it will dominate and overlook the beach and bathing water. A definition from the Dark Skies website states that the definition of light pollution is that artificial light pollution at night is considered to be the cause of light pollution. The other 2 holiday let houses that the applicants own at Doon Beach have large glass floor-to-ceiling glass windows and are often lit at night, causing artificial light pollution that can be seen. There are no outside street lights in the area. The plans for this building have large areas of glass and there is potential for more light pollution. And the last statement here is from Lindsay Zelensky. I am the owner of 8 Mill Hall and was unfortunately not aware of the revised proposal for 1 Mill Hall until this week when I received an alert from the Council Planning Department. I object to the revised planning application for the following reasons. This property was purchased by the current owners 10 years ago and has been neglected during that time with any upkeep focusing on landscaping of the garden. This has resulted in the property falling into a state of disrepair and therefore conveniently being demolished to enable a substantially larger property to be built in its place. The proposal of the replacement property appears to be over 3 times the size of the original footprint and not in keeping with the other properties in the community. This bulk will have substantial impact on neighbouring properties and will compromise their views of Doon Bay, and all Mill Hall properties are of much smaller footage which had originally been defined in the relation of the footage of 1 Mill Hall. Although the proposal is for a 3-bedroom property, which sounds in principle to be a reasonable replacement, the scale of the accommodation together with the extensive second story could easily become a 5-bedroom property further down the line. This is not a chalet bungalow, but a large 2-storey property which is not compatible with the other Mill Hall properties. I am not against a development per se, but I do believe that this proposal is still not in keeping with other Mill Hall properties. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Tracy. And I'm sure members will be aware that these statements are not checked by council officers for accuracy. It's simply the opinion of the representatives that are presented to us today. So we have now an agent, Craig Thompson, on behalf of Thompson Hunter Associates in person. Craig, I'm sure you'll have gathered by this time that there's a 3-minute window for you to make a presentation. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to conclude the presentation. And if you'd be kind enough to wait for questions afterwards, I'd be grateful. Whenever you're ready, Craig, thank you.
Mr. Chair, Councillor, thank you for that. And thank you for the opportunity to address this committee. I speak in support of the application, and I would like to take this opportunity just to go over a bit more about the design process and background to the application. As you heard from your planner, it's been a long and a very considered design process. Oops, hopefully you're hearing me. It's been a long and very considered design process where we've extensively consulted with the planners and we've taken note and implemented their various requirements and considerations. It started with the client's brief, which was to design a modern, energy-efficient home with a low-carbon footprint that exceeds today's sustainability requirements, and we've succeeded in that. The house was planned with a view to the client's retirement with a key feature to provide private areas for both the clients and their elderly mother, for whom they are the sole carers and has lived with them for over 20 years. Initially, as the planner said, we designed a larger two-storey house. But after review, noting all the comments and everything else, we adjusted that to 1.5-storey house with a considerably smaller footprint. Indeed, we dropped a wing, and it's actually not even the largest house in the area anymore. This design process, this extensive consultation with your planners, made sure that this design fully complies with policy. And it also included specialist reports and the production of them, all of which were satisfactory. Neighbours' comments were reviewed and addressed by both reducing the footprint, adjusting location, and considerably dropping that initial height. This low-carbon home will be built utilising a full green oak frame sourced sustainably from specialist supplier Oakrides. It features a mix of external stone, oak cladding, and render as designed to harmonise and age with the natural landscape. The construction process is designed to minimise time on site through the use of large formatted panels. Yet this high specification eco-house retains the beauty of an oak structural system which has been used for hundreds of years. The end result aligns with our clients' wishes and your planner's recommendations. We believe it will be a lovely addition to the landscape.
You have 30 seconds to go.
I'm happy to answer any questions you may have and hope you will follow the recommendation of your planner and approve this application.
Thank you very much, sir. We have the opportunity for questions for the applicant's agent. Councillor McFarlane, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr Thompson. You've made great play there of the sustainability and the environmental credentials of the proposed building. You'll have listened to all of the representations. Now, I'm speaking particularly because it's my ward in which this proposal is going forward. You've listened to the representations, and most people have made mention of the scale and the fact that it's considerably larger than what currently is there. Now, I'm familiar with Doonbay, and I know the building that sits there at the moment, and it doesn't look at a place. I can't help but think that the scale of the proposed building will make it a more prominent feature than it currently is, and it will look out of scale, and it will look out of place because of the nature of the fact that it is going to be so modern compared to what's already there. So I'm wondering why in 2015, when your client, or when the property was extended, how come it's become so, the condition of it has become so poor over that time? And there was a mention of a managed decline, and it does tend to suggest that perhaps this has been a long-term plan. Can you tell me when the current owners actually bought the building, were they responsible for that extension, and why they feel that it has to be the size it is? Thanks.
I can't answer to when it was bought. The owners are actually behind me if I could ask that question directly. Is that okay?
We don't encourage discussions between members of the public and people that present to the committee.
In terms of you referred to size, it's a very large plot, and the whole thing here is to create a private area for the elderly mother and a private area for the clients. And ultimately, we did take a full wing off the house, and we took 4 metres off the length. And the scale of it is very much the scale of all the houses that are round about. If you actually look at the houses round about, they're 1.5 storey, they've got great big double dormers. There's actually a full 2-storey house in one of them, as you'll be aware of if you know the area. This isn't that size. It's not even the biggest house there anymore. So it's not too large for the site.
Do you want to come back, Councillor McFarlane?
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, in the area, the general area, but Mill Hall in itself is a small community where there are no 2-storey buildings, as far as I'm aware. I'm certainly not aware of any. And I just feel that whilst the plot is the size it was always the size it is, and that building was put on it, and now we're looking at significantly larger ones. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor McFarlane. Councillor Slater, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. You spoke about private areas, but have you considered your neighbours? They are obviously saying that they're going to be overlooked in certain places in the house. The other thing is the house appears to be 3 times, it's a cottage at the moment, but it looks as if it's going to be more than 3 times the size of the original cottage. And also it was mentioned in the statements that the material it's going to be built with appears to be out of context with the local area. Thank you.
I disagree with the sizes. The planners were told about the sizes already. It's very easy to say something's 3 times the size of a plan, a small scale. That's not the case. It's not 3 times the size. It is larger than the house that's there already. It is a 1.5 storey house. It is not overlooking the neighbours. That's a concern, but actually if you referred back to the planner's photographs earlier on in terms of height, you would see from the roadway that if you look to the left from the photograph, that you can't even see the house that's there, and we're actually less than the metre higher than the ridge line of that house with this new house. So this house is designed to hunker down in that corner, not overlook neighbours. Yes, it utilises the view and it looks all out. And I think it sits in that corner extremely well. In terms of materials, frankly, in 2025, I wouldn't really recommend 5 stone for a house, and I don't think we should be, that should be an aim. We're using oak that's going to harmonise by it will grey down over the years and it will silver down to appear part of the landscape. We're using real stone. This is a high quality building.
Thanks very much, Councillor Slater. Do you want to come back?
Yes, just why were the people who are writing these statements saying this house is overlooking their gardens and that? So why would they say that? Well, okay, thank you.
Planners are very well aware of how the house is. We have twisted this house round and moved it several times to try and reduce the comments of neighbours. We've really tried to do that, and that's been in full conjunction with your planning department. And they weren't happy with it originally, but they are now, and that's in response to what the neighbours asked us to do.
Thanks very much for your response, sir, and thanks, Councillor Slater. I don't see any other member looking to question the applicant's agent, so thank you for coming forward, and members are now in session. Oh, sorry, I've got Councillor Dryborough. Did you want to question the applicant's agent, Councillor Dryborough?
No, I wanted to come in on session.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for being forward, sir. Councillor Dryborough, please.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I think on this one, I don't see any planning reason why this should not go ahead, so therefore I would suggest we go with the officer's recommendation.
And is that a proposal, Councillor Dryborough?
I'm happy to make it a motion if it needs to be.
Thank you for that. Councillor Barretti, Vice Chair, please.
I'll second Councillor Driver on that motion, on that proposal.
Thank you. Are there any alternative views amongst members? In that case, the application is approved. Can you confirm the decision of the committee, please, Tracy?
Thank you, Chair. Members have approved the application subject to the conditions that are detailed within the report. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Tracy. We move on to agenda item number 6. This is an application for the erection of restaurant with drive-through and takeaway facilities, Class 3-sui generis, formation of outdoor seating area, access, parking including electric vehicle charging points, service yard, suds basin, landscaping and associated works at land north of Annan Road, Dumfries. This is the full application, reference number 25/0913/full. The recommendation is to refuse, and our case officer is Claire Eckstein. Will you take us through your presentation, please, Claire?
Thank you, Chair. Just running through the slide here. The proposal is obviously for the erection of a restaurant with a drive-through facility. So the application site, which is 0.45 hectares, lies adjacent to Solway Gate Premier Inn at the corner of the A75T Dumfries bypass, and is an area of undeveloped ground to the south of the Premier Inn. This here shows an aerial photograph of the site with the surrounding developments, which are referred to in the report. Access to the site is off the A780 and will be shared with the Premier Inn behind the site and B&B Body Repairs, and there's an undeveloped site in between. This shows the application site and distances to neighbouring areas. I've sort of marked with the green pointers and then marked up the distances in blue. So just to give you an idea, Georgetown is about 1.2 kilometres, and it's about, if you do all your maths, it's about 2.6 kilometres to the Peel Centre. So these slides show the information in the traffic assessment, with the assessment for walking distances to the site, which shows up to a 2 kilometre point. So much of the residential areas of Dumfries are out with this. The town centre itself, as noted in paragraph 4.15, is 3.2 kilometres from the site. You will note that the local living and 20-minute neighbourhood concept, which is noted in paragraph 4.14, requires to meet a daily needs 20-minute walk, i.e. 10 minutes there, 10 minutes back. So obviously the site is well out with this. The cycling accessibility to the site is shown on this slide. And as you can see, some of the distances are not really a sort of practical and attractive option, which I've highlighted in paragraph 4.26. And again, I've just, again, this was referred to in paragraph 4.26 of the report, and it provides the Go Smart travel map and the limited accessibility to the site through sort of cycle routes in Dumfries. So going on to the actual site itself, this shows the block plan. I've highlighted on the right-hand side of the slide, this was the 24 application which was withdrawn and didn't come to committee, but shows that they've moved the actual restaurant 2 metres further to the east. That's the main change. And this plan obviously shows the drainage details and levels, and with a proposal for a suds pond and associated drainage. We have here the proposed elevations showing a mixture of brick, render and a green wall finish to the building. And again, this next one is the floor and roof plan showing the restaurant and the drive-through facility. So I'm just going to go through a series of photographs of the site. So this is taken from the existing access looking east towards the A76 roundabout. Obviously the site is on the left-hand side with the right-hand turning lane on the A780. And then this is the entrance from the other way, looking west towards Dumfries town centre, as it were, Dumfries town. And then this is along beside the site entrance, so looking westwards with the Brasswell Park buildings to the right. You can see that there's a white car that's just coming out of that entrance. It shows the existing pavement on the north side of the Annan Road, and there's newly installed bus stops which hadn't been installed at the time of the 2024 application. So this is access to the right. So we're coming into the site itself with a shared access, looking from the A780. So we've got this is the road that says B&B Body Repairs to the left and the Premier Inn to the right. And then again, going a wee bit further up, so we've got the access point, the Premier Inn in the middle, B&B to the left, and then the application site to the right. And then this is the boundary with the Solway Gate Premier Inn, with the application to the site, to the right. And then this is further along, looking along that boundary with the Premier Inn car park. And a lot of that existing vegetation will come away, obviously, to enable the development and will be replaced by an acoustic fence. So this is looking at the existing boundary with the Premier Inn car park and application. And then I've just come into the site itself. As you can see, it's fairly overgrown with natural vegetation. So I'll highlight that's the electricity pole, which is within the site, but you'll see in further photographs where that is in relationship to the wider area. And again, the Premier Inn, existing Premier Inn totem site. And then just going back to the access point, the site, going back, looking towards A780 with the back access to B&B Body Repairs to the right of photograph. We're coming now out of the site onto, and I've taken a Google Street View. This is from November 2012. So this is the site from the carriageway on the roundabout, the A75 continuing to the right with the A70 to the left. And then I've just highlighted where the sign is, electricity pole and Premier Inn. And again, this is a corner of the site showing, again, I've highlighted where the electricity pole is. And then this is the application site from the bypass. So we're looking across the site with obviously the Premier Inn totem pole sign to the left and the electricity pole to the right. And then again, this is another Google Street View, which is taken just to give you an impression of the site. Would be sort of early winter time. Again, just showing what it would look like later on in the year. And this is the view as currently, which shows the semi-natural vegetation screening the development behind, which, as you note in the report, is one of the reasons for the refusal, noting its removal and replacement with a limited design. So, as highlighted in the presentation and set out in the report, although the updated sequential assessment indicates there are no other locations suitable for the requirement for McDonald's, however, it remains that the location of the proposed drive-through is an location remote from the main living areas of Dumfries, and so would not meet the requirements of local living and be heavily reliant on public transport, and would not meet with development. And so it is recommended for refusal on the grounds stated in the report.
Thank you very much, Claire. Have we any questions for our case officer? Councillor McFarlane, please.
Yeah, thank you, Claire, and thank you for your report. A note on page 55, 2.5, it talks about the Council Flood Risk Management Team. It says no objection, advised that we've previously commented an application in relation to this site, and I've just checked on the website, and basically it says we've previously commented, so we're not going to add anything, but it actually doesn't tell us anything, so I wonder if you could perhaps enlighten us as to what the original report might have said.
Claire. You have not got your microphone going, Claire.
I'll have to check the previous report.
We'll come back to that maybe,
Yeah.
Councillor McFarlane, if other members questions that Claire can deal with while she's multitasking. Councillor Slater, please.
Yes, thank you, Claire. Thank you for your report. You say because it's slightly out of town centre as such, but if you go to Lochside is extremely busy, that one. It's obviously near larger villages, we could call them, or Lochside and including. But the thing is, a lot of people drive to these places. They like to drive out the town, so they do. So I have to question to say that it's not really that far out for many people to go to. And also, I think that I believe it's looking to bring a lot of employment to the area as well. It's estimated about 100 plus people. So I hope that's been taken into consideration as well. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Have you got a question for that, a response for David Cleary, or you got that logged for later? Or Mr. Sutty can answer that one for Councillor Slater. David?
Sorry, I was actually going to answer Councillor McFarlane's question. I've been able to go back to the previous application and get the flood risk management team's comments. On the 2nd of October 2024, they responded in reference planning application 240872 full. Based on the additional information provided, flood and drainage technical note, long section through the main drain run, the flood risk management team is now in a position to remove its objection to the proposed development. So it's basically a removal of an objection.
So go to Councillor McFarlane. Are you happy with that, Councillor McFarlane?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. So, Claire, did you get Councillor Slater's question, or do you want it again?
I can respond in terms of the amount of jobs. I think it's mentioned in paragraph 4.49 of the report in terms of the number of full-time job equivalent that they're expecting. So if you want to refer to that.
Thanks for that, Glenn. I think Councillor Slater also mentioned the accuracy report, given that transport is a necessary evil for some folk on Lochside or Lincluden. Is that right, Councillor Slater?
Yes, Claire. The McDonald's that's here just now is extremely busy, and it's also in a very busy junction, which is pretty much blocked up sometimes. So if there was one on this side of the town, that would probably relieve the pressure of that junction and of that part of the rest of it. It may take business away from the Lochside McDonald's, but it would also service this side of the town, which we don't have much here anyway. Thank you.
I don't think there's a response required for that. It's just an observation, David. We'll get that in when we're in session. So I have Councillor Keith Walters, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. I've got a couple of questions about this, some of which Councillor Slater has already brought up. On page 58, 4.5, there seems to be an interpretation of NPF4 policy 27 as a embargo against drive-through developments, and I thought that when I looked at this before, there didn't seem to be an embargo on drive-through developments, and I'm surprised that that's the interpretation we've taken. So perhaps I could just clarify if that is the case.
If you want that first, Councillor Walters, I can do that with Mr. Sutty. Your other question might be more apt to be placed for Claire, our case officer. But Mr. Sutty will deal with your first point, if that's all right, Councillor Walters.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Basically, it's really important to read paragraph 4.5 and 4.6 because they follow on from each other. There was a problem in as far as NPF policy 27D does state drive-through development will only be supported where they're specifically supported by LDP. Now that leaves a bit of a policy vacuum in as far as that we do not have in LDP2 a specific policy on drive-through proposals, which is why in paragraph 4.6 it goes on to explain that in February 23 the Chief Planner actually gave clarification of this, and if you read on down it basically says it is not, as has been erroneously reported, a moratorium or a ban on such developments. It then goes on to explain that really what it does mean is that you're going to have to look in more detail about the potential impact on the wider policies within NPF4, including those relating to reducing emissions that contribute to climate change and to wider policies that aim to improve town centres and support local living. So really these two paragraphs do need to be read together.
Thanks for that, David. So if you're content with that response on your first point, Keith, Councillor Walters, I believe you have another point.
Yeah, thanks very much for that. I appreciate what you're saying about reading the two paragraphs together. I just read to the end of that. Well, I've read the whole thing, but I've read backwards to the end of that paragraph. There's a couple of things in about private transport. The sort of one of the reasons for refusal is that it's an over-reliance on the use of private transport. And was it taken into consideration that obviously private transport is used already on that site, in terms of the bypass and the people driving down the main road anyway? It seems to be a bit of a strange reason for refusal when the vast proportion of transport in that area probably is private transport. And also, when we're talking about pedestrian flows, was the pedestrian input from the various other businesses taken into account as well? Because presumably you've got the people who are staying at the hotel, you've got the people who are staying in the travel lodge across the road. Was that sort of pedestrian, those people who would be visiting this site as pedestrians, were they counted as that? Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Walters. Claire, do you want to take that one? Claire's busy, so I'll ask Mr Sutty to deal with it.
I would address members to paragraph 4.50 on page 65, because that does set out the issues which were raised by the applicant and which were taken into consideration. So it clearly is recognised that you're going to have the majority of the sales, probably around 66%, coming from passing traffic. And the demand from local residents is estimated to be the 34% of sales. So it is recognised that there will be quite an element of that. I think the concern, as much as anything, is that it's in a site, whilst on one hand it will capture passing trade, where it is will, because it's so far removed from where you have the main bulk of the residential population of Dumfries, it will necessitate people to having to travel by car, and as its very description is, a drive-through. The intention is clearly that you'll have cars coming through, they'll be idling. And there's a lot of comments made by many members about climate change and the need to do things to make sure that we are reducing climate change. Well, this would appear to us to be a proposal which is actually not in line with that. It is going to be increasing the amount of vehicle movements which are at this location, which is, it's not seen as being in accordance with policy. I don't know if Claire wants to add any more to that.
And Claire's fine with that response. If you're content, Councillor Walters.
Yeah, I think I am, but obviously the increase, yeah, I'll come back to this in the open debate.
Thanks very much, Councillor Walters. Councillor Sean Marshall, please.
Yeah, thanks. Mine's similar point to the second point by Councillor Walters, and just listening to David's response there as well. I agree with the fact, the reliance on public transport, but I would imagine that those people that are on this side of Dumfries will probably making longer journeys to the existing McDonald's at the other side of town, and so this might actually reduce car journeys, because when the recommendations for refusal, one of the grounds is that there'll be an over-reliance on the use of private transport. And, whilst that's accepted, when you look at, the pedestrian footfall expected, I do notice as well that Transport Scotland have no objections, and the council roads officers don't have any objections subject to conditions. So I'm just a little bit, confused about that recommendation, because whilst there is a reliance, the good thing is that, there is no issues for people to get there by public transport.
It seems more an observation, Councillor Marshall, than a question, unless you have one very specific element of that message you gave that you want the officers to address.
More an observation.
Thanks very much. That's helpful, Councillor Marshall. I'm sure you'll reiterate that when we're in session. Councillor Campbell, John Campbell, please.
Thanks, Chair. Mine is an observation as well. I was doing a wee bit of research.
This is questions for case officer, you know. We're straying away.
Well, yeah, I'll leave it until we get in session then, Chair.
So we're in questions for the case officer. Do we have any other questions for our case officer? Thank you, members. We now move to registered speakers. And on this agenda item, we have one. It's Rachel Affleck and Jane Scott Meikle, I believe. Good afternoon, folks, or good morning. I'm not too sure what the time is. I'm sure it's afternoon. You will have collective 3 minutes to make a presentation. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go. If you'd all be grateful, I'd be grateful if you'd all remain, because I'm sure members will have some questions for you, and then we'll be in session afterwards. So you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jade Scott Meikle. I'm a planning director at Lichfields, working on behalf of the applicant. I'm joined today by my colleagues Rachel Affleck, a senior planner at Lichfields, and Jonathan Hazel, McDonald's transport consultant, as well as Abby McGrath from McDonald's. In our view, the site lends itself well to development. It is located within the settlement boundary of Dumfries, adjacent to the A75 transport corridor, close to several established commercial uses, including cafes, hotels, and an office park. In addition, the site is accessible by walking and cycling from residential areas, including Noble Hill via Annan Road. The site is also located on a designated bus route, and 2 new bus shelters have been recently installed within 100 metres of the site, which help to enhance accessibility and support local living. There are no alternative sites better related to Dumfries Town Centre, which could accommodate the proposed development. The application scheme therefore satisfies the requirements of the Town Centre First approach identified in the National Policy Framework. With regards to landscape and visual amenity, approximately 40% of the site has been left clear from development to enable biodiversity. A tree buffer will also be introduced between the proposed restaurant building and the A75. The chosen materials for the development reflect those in the surrounding area, and the building design also prioritises sustainability by incorporating a green wall and solar panels. These measures aim to soften the appearance of the development when viewed from Annan Road and the A75. In relation to transport, the transport assessment that was submitted with the application demonstrates that 80% of customers travelling by car will already be on the local road network, and therefore the proposals are not likely to generate a significant number of new trips. This has been reviewed by the roads team, who have raised no objections to the proposals. In addition, a new restaurant in Dumfries will also reduce vehicle movements at the existing restaurant at Lochside Road, which is currently overtrading, and the new restaurant will therefore help to reduce existing pressure and improve customer experience. The proposal will also bring a range of socio-economic benefits, including the creation of up to 120 new local jobs within the restaurant, as well as over 300 direct and indirect jobs during the construction phase. This would provide a significant addition to the 200 people already employed by McDonald's across Dumfries and Galloway. The development will also generate around £60,000 in business rates per year for the council to help fund key local services. We believe that the revised proposals in front of you today present a strong planning case with tangible benefits for the local community. All technical issues have been addressed, and there are no outstanding statutory objections from consultants.
To go.
We encourage you to consider the social and economic benefits and the strong community support for the proposals and approve this application. Thank you for listening, and we welcome any questions.
Thank you for being so concise. We're now with questions to the applicant's agents, and can we refrain from observations until we go in session? These are questions for the applicant's agents. Councillor John Campbell and Councillor Maureen Johnson. John.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'll raise my question, but it's based on my observations, Chair. So my question was, in the report, there's mention about 111 two-way trips per hour on a weekday at peak times, and 350 two-way trips on a Saturday peak times. Do you have that same information for the existing McDonald's at this moment in time? Because I was basing it on my observation of travelling from Georgetown to the existing one, it's 3.3 miles, whereas if this is deemed to go through, don't know yet, but it would reduce that distance down to 2.2 miles. And again, from somebody living in Marchfields, which is a new development, it takes 3 miles to travel to Lochside, whereas it only takes 1.8 miles to get to the new proposal. So I'm just wondering if you got that information.
Thank you for your question. I might revert to Jonathan, if that's okay.
So in answer to your question, no, the trip generation within the transport assessment isn't taken directly from the Lochside Road site. It is based on an average of 3 other McDonald's nationally, which are considered to be of a similar location type. And we'd note, again, those numbers would be, you know, the majority, around 80%, would be existing trips already on the road network.
So if anybody was using the existing one to use this development, you could see a reduction of car use to the Lochside McDonald's at the moment.
That is what we would envisage, that some trade would be taken away from Lochside Road.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. I have Councillor Slater and then Councillor Maureen Johnson. David, please.
Yes, as my colleague said there, and you've probably answered that question, it will take away from the lost side, but also that's a very busy junction and quite often it's quite jammed up, I must admit, trying even to get onto the roundabout. So, yes, thank you for that, and you obviously agree with that part of it. Thank you.
There wasn't a question there. We don't need observations, thank you, David. It's fine. We have questions for the applicant's agents. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Has any provision or consideration been given for heavy goods vehicles? Because on the A75, we would probably be stopping off there for a meal and maybe a comfort break. I'm just thinking about parking here. Thank you.
HGVs are not considered a specific target market for this McDonald's. We would note that there are signed services on the A75 approaching Dumfries for this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Vice Chair, Councillor Beretti. Tony, please.
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned 120 potential jobs in this. Now, can you be specific? Are they full-time jobs or are they a mixture of full-time jobs and part-time jobs? And what would be that percentage?
Yes, it will be a mixture of full and part-time jobs, and the mixture will just depend on the needs of the employees in the moment. A lot of our employees value flexibility in their schedules, so a lot of them come as students, carers, people who just need a little bit of extra time moving their schedule around. And so it's hard to say at this precise moment what the percentage split will look like. As I said, it will depend on the needs of the restaurant and the needs of the crew at that time.
Okay, just following on from that, generally, what is the minimum number of hours that you give an employee? So is it 15, 18, 20, 24?
So all of our employees have the choice between minimum hours contracts and guaranteed minimum hours contracts. So depending on, again, what their schedule looks like and what their needs are, they can choose between that. We find that most of our employees prefer to be on minimum hours contracts, just because it allows them flexibility, again, for things like university, other caring duties, etc. But the option for them to get onto guaranteed minimum hours contract is available for them, and that is something that they will discuss with their business manager or franchisee, depending on the needs that they have and how many minimum hours they would like to see each week.
Thank you, Councillor Beretti. It would appear there are no other questions for the... Oh, Councillor Drysdale, please.
Oh, sorry, 2 seconds, sorry. Good morning, members. Thank you very much, Chair, for letting me in, and thank you to the representatives of McDonald's here today. I just have 2 questions, if that's acceptable. It's with regards, firstly, to waste management and litter, and I realise as a council we have no ability to condition in anything out with your environment of each McDonald's that you build. However, we have a responsibility as councillors to ask you the following questions about litter, in my opinion, and I hope that's acceptable, Chair. So I just wanted to say, I realise that you've got a waste minimisation policy on page 65 at 4.48, which I think is crucial. We do have severe issues with waste and littering from the current McDonald's as far as Castle Douglas and as many miles to the east as well. And whilst we accept this is not your problem, I think as councillors we would really like you to look at any waste minimisation policy for either store, any of your stores across the UK and particularly in Scotland, as we don't have any waste littering facilities in our laybys anymore. So it was just to ask you a bit more about your waste minimisation policy. I have in the past emailed McDonald's and not had any replies as to the fact that I think it would be more responsible if McDonald's had signage at all of their drive-through facilities to ensure that people are aware that they must dispose of litter carefully and with responsibility. And I would very much appreciate this, should this application go through at some stage, whether it's now or in the future, or in fact not at all. I would like you to consider that and just give me some feedback if possible. And another councillor has, on my second point, already alluded to the fact that we have no toileting facilities on the 75, and this site is very close for drivers of all vehicles. Could you just talk me through the toileting numbers and the way that you work that out, please, so that we know that that is acceptable in terms of the amount of toileting facilities that will be there on site? That would be most appreciated, but I may not be able to ask that question, and I'm sure governance can guide me. So 2 questions, and hopefully I can have the answer to both. Thank you very much for these answers, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. I would hope maybe that the assembled group would agree to respond appropriately to you maybe after the meeting, because littering on the A75 isn't a part of the consideration today, unless you wish to make some voluntary statement in advance. But I would ask that you respond directly to Councillor Drysdale on the point she has raised.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, I'll just provide a very brief answer to the question in terms of McDonald's approach to littering, site-specific littering. It's company policy to conduct a minimum of 3 litter patrol days, patrols each day, and that basically includes employees picking up not only McDonald's packaging but also other litter within about 150 metre vicinity of the site. The McDonald's are also aware that there's a business park next door, and that was actually one of the objections, was relating to littering. So they've indicated that they're willing to extend the litter picking zone to include that business park area as well. I'm not too sure if Abby would like to respond more widely.
Yeah, thank you so much, Councillor Drysdale, for your question. Just to follow on from what Jane said there, so yes, all of our restaurants do 150 metre wide litter picks 3 times a day in the local area. This can be modified to target hotspots in the area, so if there is an area of particular problem, that is something that once the restaurant is in place and there is a franchisee, that is a discussion that can be had with them to make sure that we are targeting the correct places. Again, as Jade said, it includes all litter, not just McDonald's litter. On top of that, many of our franchisees do wider community litter picks. So that means that they will get a team of crew, they'll get local litter volunteers, they'll potentially engage with the council to see if anyone wants to volunteer, and they'll go and do a sort of couple of hours in a local park, along a local beach, etc., just to sort of boost that community neighbour initiative. We, on a national level, are also big supporters of Keep Scotland Beautiful. Right now we're partnering with them on their roadside littering campaign to encourage people to not throw their litter out the window when they're driving, when they're taking away. All of our restaurants also have on-site recycling facilities. If you have been in a restaurant recently, you will see that we will have separate bins for things like cups, paper waste, straws, etc., liquids, just to make sure that everything can be recycled. And we do have on-site signage to encourage customers to dispose of their litter and waste correctly. So this can be found in our restaurants and throughout our car parks, where there are also bins for people to dispose of their litter correctly. So we do try and encourage people as best as we can to be responsible. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that response, and I trust that if any of councillors communicate with McDonald's, that it will secure or be sure that they indeed get a response. And thanks very much for taking the time to advise members of what the situation is currently. Councillor Drysdale, we're not going to drift into any more discussions out with the planning application that's before us today. Can you come in, please?
Yes, thank you very much. You know, I think the second question about the number of toilets per customer hasn't been answered, and just how McDonald's, the applicants today, feel with regards to drop-ins, people who may not actually be driving through or picking up food that may end up utilising that facility. It's just something to be aware of, and I'm just wondering if they have a policy on that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Toilet provision or facilities?
I can answer certainly from terms of what's submitted in terms of the planning application. Obviously, there's the layout of the restaurant, which will include toileting facilities, and certainly that would look to comply with building standard regulations. In terms of the McDonald's policy for people coming and using the facilities, I guess that would be one for Abby to answer, if it's possible to answer that.
I believe that toilets are available for public use, but that is also at the discretion of the franchisee as well. I believe that in most cases they would allow members of the public to utilise their bathrooms if and when they need to. So I don't, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. That satisfies Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. There are no further questions, so thank you all very much for coming forward today. Members are in session. Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I listened to all the things about the whole situation and traffic, things like that, and it would take away some of the volume from the Lochside one, which is pretty much jammed up with traffic some days. I would propose this goes ahead today. Thank you.
Is that a proposal or an observation? Proposal, thank you. Councillor Dryburgh, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. And, you know, I'm glad there was a lot of discussion on that, because I had a lot of things to say on this particular application. And it's good to hear people from Dumfries talk about, you know, how it would relieve from the centre of the town out to the east. There's 3 McDonald's within Annandale, or linked to Annandale and Estia, which is Dumfries, St Johnstone Bridge, and the other one's actually in Carlisle. And this one here would reduce the amount of traffic for people from Annan and all the villages all the way along that route to the Cullen roundabout. McDonald or the applicant itself held an in-person consultation for the first one in 2024, with 78% of them expressing support for the plans. There was an initial planning application of 47 supportive submissions. The revised application received 32 and 1 objection, and that was from a business rather than individuals. Accessibility and sustainability has been talked about through bus stops and you know, cycling lanes and things like that. And I think the environmental impact of the additional tree planting, the restaurant relocating west for a tree buffer, green wall added, materials match the surrounding area. The new restaurant, as has been said, will relieve the overpressure at the existing one in Lochside Drive. But importantly, there's a strong economic, social and planning benefit backed by the local population. So I am going to make a suggestion, and if it's going to be a motion, that's fine. I suggest we approve this application as an exception to policy for economic, environmental and social reasons, with all the sort of normal conditions for this type of application, and with the conditions suggested by the statutory consultees within that, and I'm happy to move that, Chair.
Thank you. So I have 2 motions currently, one from Councillor Slater without a seconder, and one from Councillor Dryburgh without a seconder. and I don't appear to have any alternative proposals. Councillor John Campbell.
Yeah, it was a difficult one for me on this because I don't like going against our planning policies. However, if Councillor Dryber is suggesting that it's an exception to policy, I'm happy to support that. I'll second his motion.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. So currently we have a motion from Councillor Dryber, seconded by Councillor Campbell. We have a motion from Councillor Slater with no reasons offered as yet on how that application should be approved. So are you happy to withdraw your motion, Councillor Slater, without a seconder, or are you going to find a seconder and apply the reasoning for your motion to be approved?
Well, Chair, yes, it would be good to probably get a seconder, but if not, I can't get a seconder, I would obviously agree with the other motion. Thank you.
Thanks for that. So in the event that Councillor Slater hasn't received a seconder, the motion is by Councillor Dryber and Councillor Campbell. Are there any alternative views? If not, I will ask our officers if this motion is competent. Mr. Sutty.
Thank you, Chair. I'd probably like a little bit more clarification because there's just sweeping statements there about socio-economic benefits and environmental benefits. Given the loss of vegetation on the site, for example, I'm unclear how the environmental benefits are going to be realised. Without putting words in your mouth, Councillor Dryber, is that along the lines that it would actually reduce some vehicle movements that currently take place, and therefore would be a benefit that way? Because I think if you're going to put that forward, it would be useful to have that minuted as the precise reasons.
Yeah, well, that's one of the reasons for the environmental aspects of it, David. I think, with people from Annan, which is, the centre of the universe, of course, that they have to travel to either Johnson Bridge, Dumfries or Carlisle. If this was given the go-ahead, there would be a reduction of about 3 miles either way. And it would also mean that the people from the villages between Annan and Dumfries and Lockerbie and Dumfries actually have less travel to do as well. But there's also talk about, or within the planning application, replanting of vegetation, which will, of course, soak up the carbon that we're talking about, and therefore I'm happy for that to go forward.
And are you happy if we somehow summarise that in a way that captures what you want without the lengthy discussion we've had?
Yes.
Thank you for that, Councillor Dryber. So maybe Mr. Sutty could summarise the points that Councillor Dryber has made that would make sure that this motion was competent.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it would be approval as an exception to the policies set out on page 66 on the grounds that there would be a socio-economic benefit as a result of increased employment and an environmental benefit as a result of reduced travel times to those from out with the Dumfries catchment area, and bearing in mind the points that have been made by other councillors within the Dumfries area as a result of reducing the pressures on Lochside, McDonald's, and there would also be planting. I was just sort of looking through conditions that members might want. There's a number of ones from roads officers, both Transport Scotland and local roads officers, including a construction management plan, for example. Transport Scotland looking for standard conditions there. The landscape management plan would be something that you probably look to condition as well. But I'm sure there's probably other ones in there which, if members are happy to delegate that to myself to come up with in conjunction with Claire.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Driver, with your proposal
I am
and
happy with that.
delegation to officers?
Yeah, I am happy with that, Chair, and as I said, happy with any conditions that the consultees, statutory consultees have suggested within the report.
Councillor Campbell, are you content with the amended version?
I am, Chair.
If there are still no alternative views, then the motion is unanimously, or the application unanimously approved. Can you confirm the decision of the committee, please, Tracy?
Thanks, Chair. Members have agreed to approve the application as exception to policy. I'll not go over everything that David just said, but it was on the grounds of socio-economic benefits, and that was including the reduction in vehicle movements with people in and without out with Dumfries. The tree planting would be of benefit. The increased employment also, and we've got the conditions and then the rest delegated to officers to include as well. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, given it's a couple of minutes before 1, I think it would be prudent to have a break and return at 1:30. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you, members. Welcome back. Move on to agenda item number 7 on our committee papers. An application for the erection of steel sculpture with LED lights, ground engineering works to create related landform, formation of visitors hub, viewing terrace, formation of water body, new access road and footpaths, widening of existing road, formation of landscaped grounds and associated works at land to the northwest of the Headless Cross, adjacent to B7076 Gretna Green. This full application, reference number 25/0337/full, recommendation approved subject conditions, and case officer Rob Lilburn. Rob, you're online, good stuff. If you'd like to take us through your presentation, please, and just whenever you're ready. Thanks, Rob.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. As summarised in the description, this application is for the construction of an illuminated sculpture, some 33 metres in height, close to the England-Scotland border at Gretna Green. The purpose is to create a landmark and visitor attraction. The landmark would be similar to the earlier approved development, which was granted prior to the adoption of the current development plan, further south, close to the River Sark, and that was originally approved in 2012. The application's been made by the Star of Caledonia Charitable Trust. Turning to the first slide, I think, please, thank you. The location plan application site outlined in red, the B7076 Roman Road running parallel to the A74M at the southwest border, and that runs up, as you probably know, to Kirkpatrick Fleming via the Gretna services. And bordering the site at the other side, at the east, is the C65A, which runs up towards the railway line and Chapel Now. The other sides of the site are bordered by field boundaries with trees and hedgerows. The second slide, that will show some more context from the OS maps, just with the former site probably just about visible close to the River Sark, and the rest of it speaks for itself, I think. Slide 3 shows the indicative proposed landscape scheme, a fairly broad brush approach there. The landscape key plan, which isn't in this presentation, does show more detail with landscape strategy, including hard surfacing proposals, and a bit more detail on their intentions regarding planting. Slides 4, 5 and 6 now are not there. Okay, I wasn't expecting that one. Okay, this is, yeah, your slide 4. Something's gone wrong, sorry. This shows the, obviously, cross-section from the southwest, which indicates the sculpture itself and the proposed water body. The other slides that I've mentioned that are not there just show greater detail of the proposed sculpture. There's one from the design and access statement, which may not be to scale, that one, but it is annotated with the proposed dimensions, which are reflected on the scaled elevations that are not included at the moment. Slides 9 to 12 show artists' impressions from various perspectives, including obviously after dark. Same again, thank you. And next slide. These ones give a bit more context from within the site. For example, the indicative visitor hub building, which is intended to house amenities, a boardwalk and so forth. And the next slide will show should show proposed highway works, I hope. That's right. So these are a combination of off-site highway works and some that are within the application site. These are to some extent indicative at the moment. For example, pedestrian crossings. A condition's been drafted with regard to a further assessment, a traffic assessment, to establish the precise crossing types and positions and the relationship with the 20-mile-an-hour zone. I think the next slide will be the beginning of the photographs. And this is just to give a general context from the village. Smith's Hotel is just out of view to the left. We're within the 20-mile-an-hour zone here, which is transitioning to a 30 just where the vehicles are. And you can see there's some reasonably high value trees around the site perimeter at the moment, as well as some broken hedgerows. The next slide. This is taken from the car park at the Courtship Maze, and that's looking north-west towards the hill, the houses at the hill, so that's along the B7076, and you can just glimpse the A74M motorway there. There's a truck passing along, I think, through the trees. The next slide is a context from the C65A, roughly where the proposed vehicular access would be, and looking back to the Smith's Hotel and the famous blacksmith's shop. Next slide. Again, same context really, just moving along a little bit. And the following slide is going in the same direction. There's a wind turbine a little bit beyond the site, which you can just see on the horizon. Moving on, you'll see there's a sort of possibly ephemeral pond in the middle of the site, where water collects, and beyond that there's a copse of trees which are of good value to the locality. They're actually within the application site. The next slide again is looking back into Springfield from the C65A, and following that a bit of a closer look at the 2030 zone leading into the edge of the settlement. Next slide is looking into Springfield and the relatively modest scale and the historic character of the buildings there. Following that, we have a view showing the site boundaries along the B7076 with the reasonably mature trees of good value. The following slide gives a context from just next to the houses at Hill House, and I've just put an arrow there so you can get a rough idea of how that would relate to the proposed sculpture, which would be towards the southwest corner of the site. The next slide is similar. That's just beyond Hill House, just to get that into perspective. And the slide after that is a little bit further along the B7076 from the houses at Stonybridge, which are basically the next houses along from Hill House. The site would be further away from here, and I think the sculpture would be visible from this perspective. The next slide just indicates the relationship of Whinnyrig, which is quite close to the site as well. The land, as you can see, fall from Whinnyrig from the front of the house there, generally towards the site. So there would be a fairly clear view of it from there, I think. The next slide is from closer to the site, or actually it's the site boundary, and that's to give an idea of the longer range views available in this landscape. You can see a wind farm in the distance, which I think is towards Lockerbie. The next slide is really on the same theme. That's from the southeast corner of the site. Again, another wind farm visible in the distance, so there's long range views available. This next slide is from the Blacksmiths car park, and again, long views towards Langham Hills. And the final slide is from the A75, and that's facing towards Gretna, and you can see the existing wind farm on the horizon. And our site that we're talking about would, I believe, would be visible towards the left here on the horizon. Although quite what impact that would have from there could be quite modest, I think, given the context of the wind turbines in the distance. So that's the end of the slides. Thank you. That concludes my presentation, Chair.
Thank you very much, Rob. Are there any questions for our case officer? In that case, Councillor Drysdale, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. Just a quick question. I note in the conditions that you are going to be looking at a number of issues with regards to the layout of the site, and I'm just wondering if this were to go ahead, that the detail can include bench seating for disabled people. In the rest of the UK at the moment, when you go and visit sites, you can wheel your disabled friend or relative into what we've looked at before in Dumfries and Galloway Council, which are half circular seating with a gap in the middle for the disabled person, which means it's much more inclusive. I think that's really important going forward in any site in Dumfries and Galloway to make sure that everybody's needs are met. So that was my first quick question, or whether it's a question. I think it probably is a question, yeah, if that's possible. If you can give me some detail on the thoughts behind that one, that would be really helpful. And then secondly, I just wanted to talk about car parking. I know it's still to be signed off if this goes ahead today by Dumfries and Galloway Council Roads Department. But while we're travelling across the UK, we're also noticing, I do travel a lot with my dogs, as do many people that live in rural areas and beyond. People do go to specific sites with their dogs to either be able to leave them safely in a vehicle or take them onto the site. Now, I don't know at the moment if this is going to be a dog-friendly site if it goes ahead, but if it isn't, and you're required, you lose a lot of trade from people that are visitors. This is a great location potentially to advertise the rest of Galloway, the Dark Sky Park and the Biosphere. Hopefully that would be looked at. But could we possibly consider going forward, which is something we always forget in this area, covered dog space area. So if need be, you can leave your dog with the windows open and a covered area to take into consideration the future with regards to global warming, etc. So it was just those 2 points stroke questions. That's great. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Drysdale. Disabled access or seating and dog friendly, Rob?
The applicant has made some reference to accessibility in the design and access statement, and I believe in the supporting statement. But that is a matter in terms of the sort of detailed level that hasn't really been drilled down to in the condition. I'm not sure if that's something that I'd be able to incorporate the condition at that level. There will be other regulations at play in terms of accessibility, but it's something I'm open-minded as to how we address it really going forward, whether that can be incorporated into the landscaping condition to some degree. I mean, it is something that is to some extent covered by other regulatory frameworks, so I've just got to be a little bit cautious around that. I think the applicant would probably have something to say on that side of things as well. And in terms of dog inclusion and covered parking for pet owners, I think that's something that would have to be brought up with the applicant. I think it's have to be something that came from them.
Thanks very much, Rob. I presume, Pauline, you can ask the applicant questions on both these items, but I will ask Mr Sutty if we can incorporate a condition for either of these elements and what his advice might be. Mr Sutty, please.
Thanks, Chair. No, I'll just reiterate the points that Rob's made, that these are sort of getting down to a level of detail that you wouldn't normally expect in a land use planning application. As part of condition 2, which is on page 91, then you're looking at details of soft and hard landscaping scheme. So within the hard landscaping, it would be quite reasonable to include seating such as Councillor Drysdale was looking for. The issue with dog covers, I mean, that's down to an operational level, but I'm sure the applicant would be happy to comment on that. But it's probably not something which would be necessary or reasonable to include as a planning condition, to be honest.
I will come back to Councillor Drysdale when we're in session. I have a number of registered speakers: Councillor Andy McFarlane, Councillor Keith Walters, Councillor David Slater. Councillor McFarlane, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you for this report. I'm noting on page 73 at 1.9, it says that the development could attract 250,000 visitors annually. It'd be interesting to know where that figure comes from, although I did note somewhere else in the report that it was envisaged that many of those would already be in the area. But as you go to 1.14, it talks about vehicular access. And I'm just thinking that the number of cars, 153 cars, 6 coaches, 250,000 people. But then when you turn the page to page 76, paragraph G, it talks about a construction traffic management plan, but it doesn't tell us how we're going to manage the visitor traffic. Now, it's already been identified, it's a C-class road, so I'm just wondering what impact that will have, and do we need to really have a look at how we would manage that? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McFarlane. I'm sure we have a traffic management plan in place, Rob. If not, I'm sure one will be produced. But can you help Councillor McFarlane with the points you raised, please?
Okay. Bear with me just a moment. First of all, in terms of the estimate of the number of visitors, the applicant submitted a transport statement and they benchmarked this against similar types of development elsewhere. And I've used that to make an estimate. In terms of the times of peak flows of vehicles, for example, Again, that's addressed in the transport statement, that there may be at times, you know, larger flows of traffic, and obviously at other times there'll be a lot less. There's not a particular framework for it at the moment. I think it's envisaged that Transport Scotland, who haven't objected to the proposal, would be approached at a later date by the applicant with respect to signage, the type of signage you get for visitor attractions from the motorway, for example, or from the trunk roads. So, I mean, roads have commented on the case, and they've not objected to it in terms of volumes of traffic, for example. And I think the transport statement indicates how these flows could translate during a typical day or week, and what they would add to the highway network. And through consultations and the contents of the transport statement, it's been concluded that they wouldn't be significant volumes in terms of how they're experienced on a daily basis, although notwithstanding the fact that there will be potentially some peak times. So that's been the result of that. I mean, it does sound like quite a big number, but that's been drilled down to in the transport statement. So that's how we've arrived where we are at the moment.
And what about the construction traffic management plan, Rob, that Councillor McFarlane asked about?
Yeah,
it's in condition 10.
That's right. Yeah, so we've attached a condition for construction traffic management, which I think is appropriate given the sort of larger types of vehicles and the potential for dust and that sort of thing. So that's the reason for attaching that, which I think is fairly standard process.
Thanks very much, Rob. Thanks for that, Councillor McFarlane. And now Councillor Walters and then Councillor Slater. Keith Walters, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of questions about the site itself on page 74, where it says about the history. One is, do we know why this was chosen over the previous site, or were other sites considered as well? Because looking at the photos, it seems like a classic greenfield site. And secondly, it says on the application site relevant site history 1.2, it says an EIA was not required. Can you just remind me why it wouldn't have been required if it's a greenfield that's being developed? Thanks.
Rob.
Okay. Yeah, it is a greenfield site. It's outside the identified settlement boundary for the Borderlands settlement as identified in LDP2. Although I mean, this doesn't carry necessarily a lot of weight at the moment. It is indicated as potentially within the settlement boundary in the upcoming LDP. Sorry, I may be wrong about that. I think I've addressed that in the report somewhere. If I could just put that to one side for one moment. The site selection, I think the applicant has made reference in their statement to the reasoning for choosing this site at this time. Partly, I understand that the previous site didn't allow for visitors, for example, which is maybe something that's relevant. But they haven't, as far as I recall, they haven't gone through a list of other sites, maybe in sequential preference. I'm happy to be obviously corrected if I'm incorrect about that, but that's as I understand it. As far as the EIA goes, we identified it as Schedule 2 development further to the EIA regulations, and therefore it required screening for environmental impact assessment. We went through screening process in terms of whether or not there would be significant effects in EIA terms, and concluded on the basis of the site and development characteristics that it wouldn't be significant in EIA terms, so wouldn't attract that requirement.
Thanks, Rob. And if you want further information, Councillor Walters, you might take the opportunity to question the applicant on the selection of site when they present to committee later.
That's
on
fine.
As per agenda.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Walters. Councillor Slater, question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's just on page 73. It's regarding the lighting of it. How would that affect like light pollution in the sky around that area? Could people actually say that's a reason maybe for objection or something like that? It's maybe just to try and ask Rob what the situation is with that. Is it going to be obviously lit up at night? I assume all night as well. But and maybe if you could answer that, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slater. Rob?
As part of the application, we received a lighting report which gives some indication of their intentions as far as lighting goes. Obviously, we're aware of the potential for light pollution and its various impacts, including effects potentially on residents, effects on the public highway, and effects on biodiversity as well. These are all key considerations which are hopefully addressed in the report. There is a condition now attached at the end of the report to seek to cover this. We did have some discussions with the applicant as to whether there would be some willingness to have dark periods during the night. And I think that's something that would be taken on board in addressing the discharge of any conditions should the application be approved. So, yeah, there will be further information to come in terms of lighting. There is, at the moment, as I say, it's a greenfield site. It's on the edge of the settlement boundary, outside the settlement boundary. It is affected to some degree by existing lighting in the surroundings, but it does have the potential to introduce new lighting impacts. Lighting is intrinsic to the proposal, and I think it's a balance really to find in terms of any impacts of lighting, minimising those impacts as far as possible, while also recognising that there are potential benefits in the proposal as well.
Thanks, Rob. And if you refer to page 92, Councillor Slater, agenda item 5 in your papers, you'll see that the lighting issue has been reported in that document, in that page and paragraph. Thanks, Rob.
Thank you, Chair.
I don't appear to have any other. Your hand's still up, Councillor Slater. I presume that's legacy. Oh, Tracy's removed it. Thank you. So no other questions for our case officer. We'll move to presentations. This is a major application, so it'll be 5 minutes allocated. And we have presenting Julian Baresi, a trustee on behalf of Star Caledonia Trust. Julian, I'm sure you have been watching and you know the process well. You've got 5 minutes. With 30 seconds to go, I'll ask you to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And if you'd be kind enough to wait until members may have questions for you, I'd be grateful. So just whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. Thank you so much for considering this planning application about the Star of Caledonia at Gretna Green. I'm one of the trustees. The Trust would like to thank Rob Lilburn in Dumfries and Galloway Planning Department and the rest of the team for their help and input with this application. Their support has been invaluable. The concept of the Star of Caledonia started back in 2001 by the late Alistair Houston, following the dreadful year of foot and mouth which hit the area especially hard. Alistair was determined to give back to the community at this time and a small group was put together with the aim of regenerating the region to encourage visitors to come back. The concept of a large piece of landmark art was born. As you know, the project was originally planned to be in Gretna, and we were delighted to receive planning at that stage. The site was challenging, though. Firstly, it did not allow easy access for visits to the star in person, and secondly, the location would have created huge problems for the star's construction. These problems combined meant we struggled to get the funding required. The project sat in limbo while the Trust tried to work out what to do next. Fast forward to about 2 years ago, and it looked very much like the project was dead in the water. However, Alistair's widow, Lucy, was determined to try and find a way to make it work, to honour his memory and all the hard work that had been put in by us previously. A new location seemed the most obvious solution. This new site, which is approximately 900 metres north of the previous site, is also large enough to expand the offer, which will include a beautifully biodiverse landscape with a lochen, a visitors hub, a viewing area, car parks and accessible footpaths meandering through the whole of the 39-acre site. The Star aims to celebrate the very best of our region. It will celebrate innovation and become a new cultural destination for both visitors and locals. Above all, we hope that it will become a place that people will want to visit again and again. The Star will showcase the wider region, signposting visitors to other destinations accessible from the Star, promoting the area as a place to visit and stay, generating additional visitor spending across the region and supporting businesses and jobs in the wider area. We want our visitors to become part of the Star's story and for the Star to become as symbolic and world-renowned as the Angel of the North and the Kelpies. In terms of outcomes, we aim for the Star to be a world-class destination which makes you feel both wowed and entertained. We believe the whole site will be visited by those with many varied reasons for coming. The Star itself is a complex and beautiful piece of art designed by the world-famous designer and artist Cecil Balmond. Standing at 33 metres tall, it is taller than the Angel of North, and its light rods, or stars, will point directly at you when you stand underneath it. It will be unique and magical. The Star will be run by a community interest company with many of the directors recruited from the community. It will be a zero-for-profit organisation with all revenue raised put back into the Star in its educational and cultural programming, and it will support the local community in appropriate ways. We have had incredible local support, as evidenced on local community Facebook pages and from letters of support that you have received. The communities of Gretna, Rigg, Gretna Green and Springfield have all given their endorsement to the project, which has been very humbling for Lucy personally. I'm going to finish by telling you about timescales, and this is the really exciting part. Having dreamt about it for the last 24 years, we are finally within touching distance. If we are lucky enough to secure planning, they will be ready to launch the Star out into the public consciousness. We plan to break ground early next year and the site fully open in 2027. Thank you for listening to our statement, and thank you again for considering this application.
Thank you very much, sir, for being relatively brief. There are a number of members, I'm sure, that have questions for you. I will ask Councillor Drysdale first to reiterate her question about disabled seating and dogs. I'll then come to Councillor Walters and Land, and then I'll come to other members who have asked for the opportunity to speak to you. Councillor Drysdale, please.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And there were a number of things that I'd mentioned earlier that I'm sure the people of Dumfries and Galloway and tourists would really appreciate you considering. And I just wondered what your viewpoints were on the following. We obviously see an ageing population, but also people being more mobile in terms of transport, whether they're able-bodied or disabled. And when I'm visiting sites across the UK and in Europe at the moment, we see the curved signature benching with a gap in the middle so that anyone in a wheelchair or a disabled electric chair can sit in that curvature and feel more, more part of the conversation or more part of the day and enjoy their visit to to points of interest and places of interest. So it was just to see if you'd be able to consider that as part of your future plans to go along with the landscaping schemes, and obviously the surfacing to match those requirements of disabled people. And secondly, we see a lot more people travelling across all regions in the UK and in fact Europe with camper vans and dogs. People enjoying the outdoors more so, which contributes to their health. And I'm sure Lucy and your team are very aware of that. So it was just to find out if, you know, you're able to look at the opportunities that Devon and Dorset have looked at. For example, most of the facilities you visit there have small areas whereby people can park their cars and their dogs are not going to get overheated. There's water stations and places that you can park and enjoy the day if you don't want to take your dog onto the sites of interest. So it was just to ask what your viewpoints were on those two things. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Just dealing with your last point on dogs in particular, I think it's a valid or questions to raise, and certainly I'll take it back to the other trustees and we'll consider it in detail when we come to the nitty-gritty of actually sort of designing and developing the site. I think with regard to disabled access, that is very important. I think you'll have seen from the plans that actually it's a gently increasing slope, which is perfect for disabled people, and it will be a surface that is suitable rather than just being sort of shale and whatever. So yes, and I wasn't aware of the particular benches that you refer to, but obviously we'll take that on board and again look at it when a more detailed assessment is undertaken.
Thank you very much, Councillor Drysdale, and thank you, Julian. We now have a question from Keith Walters about the choice of land and land selection. Keith Walters, Councillor Walters, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, just a question about the choice of the site. You've explained quite clearly that there were problems with the original site. I just wondered what sort of process you'd gone through in terms of considering other sites, because as you mentioned, the Angel, the North and the Kelpies, I think that both of those are on restored land. And there seems to be there's quite a lot of brownfield sites in Dumfries and Galloway. And it seems in some cases a shame that we're looking at a greenfield site for this particular sculpture. Thanks.
Unfortunately, I wasn't a trustee at the time the site was determined, but what I would say is the land is owned by Gretna Green Limited, the company next door to, and they are a partial funder of the development going forward. So it would seem logical that they're making the land available to the trust for, I think it's a lease for the next 50 years. So to me, I don't know if they've done, if the other trustees have undertaken a wider trawl of other sites, but this seemed to be a particularly suitable one.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Walters. Now our Vice Chair, Councillor Tony Barretti. Tony, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. In respect to some of the images that we've seen and the nighttime images where you have a white LED light shining from the tip of the design, have you considered that in relation to the species that fly around white light at night, and I think it's already been alluded to that there is going to be this interaction, have you considered colour changing LEDs that eliminate the white but leave a different light and therefore has less impact on the invertebrate species, plus also has less impact on the dark sky element?
Can I take that back to the trustees for them to consider? The rest of I've not been involved in the design of the art piece, so it's difficult for me how that sort of fits in. But if we certainly take it and discuss it. But I think we have covered the, as you say, there are conditions in relation to the planning referring to the sort of lighting and impact on the night life, or not the night light effect, or effectively. So, and I think there is a condition potentially to turn those lights off, which obviously is available, and that was highlighted in the BAT survey, for example, which flying around there. But other than that, all I can say is we'll take it and give it further consideration.
Thanks for your response, Julian. I think maybe it'd be appropriate that when we're in session, if members are happy to agree with your suggestion, we could delegate to officers to find a suitable lighting arrangement that would help mitigate any impact on wildlife or any other nighttime activity. So, but that will put to members when we go in session. Our case officer, Rob, I think, indicated he wanted to speak unless that's also contained within page 92, agenda item or item 5. Rob?
Aye, it's really just to say Nature Scott had commented on the application, and they had made reference to artificial lighting at night and guidance in relation to that. From what I can gather, the understanding about the colour of lighting seems to be maybe a bit of a developing understanding, and I'm hoping that's something that might be covered in the condition that's drafted. But obviously, we're open-minded to any possible changes to that if it's deemed necessary.
That's fine, Rob. Thanks for that. And we'll discuss that when we're in session. So, if there are no other questions from the applicant, Julian, thank you very much for coming forward. Thank you. Members, were in session, and there was one point raised by Vice Chair about lighting. Some of it's covered in the condition. If our Vice Chair wants to just repeat what he was hoping members would agree with, we can then delegate to officers to discuss with the applicant on that particular point. Vice Chair Tony, do you just want to repeat what you had said earlier, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Lighting, before anyone asks, I'm Chair of the Galloway Forest Astronomical Society, just in case, and this is where it's my background, that we often work with red lighting, we also work with blue lighting, and that impacts on insects that come around the telescopes. So they keep away. If you put white lighting, they immediately come to you, and that impacts on how we view the night skies. So there is evidence, and there's a lot of research done on this, but I would look at, there's nothing technologically impossible because it's already existing. It's just whether or not you can actually apply it, and you can apply it in a manner that's safe for both people and the insects.
So that's for consideration, members, if we decide to support this application. I have Councillor Dryborough looking to speak. Archie, please.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. And obviously this is in my particular ward, and I remember the first one coming through, and what the Trust have said is actually true. It's very, very difficult to get to that particular point. So this new point came in, and Lucy Houston has been round all the sort of community councils and gave presentations to it and things like that. I think importantly, this is about, getting people into Dumfries and Galloway, and maybe they have to turn right to get to the Star before they go left to go to the rest of Dumfries and Galloway. So I am particularly happy supporting this application and the conditions that are with it, but I'm also happy to delegate to officers looking at the lighting for best practice at that particular time, and I would put that down as a motion.
Thank you, and I'm sure Councillor Barretti will be content that you've included his suggestion or request. Do we have a seconder for that particular? I have Councillor Campbell and Councillor McFarlane indicating the second. Councillor Campbell?
I'm happy to second with that addition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any alternative proposals? In that case, unanimous support for this application. Can you confirm the decision of the committee, please, Tracy?
Thank you, Chair. Members have approved the application subject to the conditions in the report and have agreed to delegate to officers around the appropriate lighting at the development. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Move on to agenda item number 8. a consultation regarding an application made under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 for erection of up to 14 wind turbines, maximum tip height 200 metres, substations, control building, anemometer mast, formation of compound, temporary construction and storage compounds and borrow pits, underground cables and associated works at Qantas Hill, northeast of Carsfern. It's a Section 36 consultation via Scottish Ministers. It's recommended that we raise an objection, and our case officer is Robert Duncan. So Robert, you just take us through your presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to begin with an update, yesterday there were 2 Scottish Government decisions taken in respect of 2 proposed developments which are listed within your report, and they were both within Dumfries and Galloway, one of which, as Sandy now, is not intervisible with this proposed development, so it's not really of significance, it's just as an update. The other decision relates to the Windy Standard 1 repowering proposal, which came before you, I think it was December 2024 at the committee meeting then, and that's described at paragraph 1.23G on page number 110 as undetermined. Just for the avoidance of doubt, that application has now been granted subject to conditions, what used to be called hot off the press. So again, as you said, Chair, this is an application made under Section 36 of the Electricity Act of 1989, where the Scottish Government are the determining authority and the Council acts as a statutory consultee. As per paragraph 1.3 of the report in front of you on page 99, this consultation was received on the 16th of February 2023, and the formal deadline for the consultation response was previously extended until the 31st of August 2024, with the agreement of the Scottish Government Energy Consent Unit and the applicant, but there was no agreement beyond that date. The result is that if this council is minded to formally object to this proposal as a consultee, a public local inquiry would not automatically be triggered. Looking at the layout plan, first of all, on the slides, the proposed development is located within the area to the east and the northeast of Carsfern, which sits in the A713 public road, which connects Castle Douglas to Ayr. The proposal is described at paragraph 1.6 of the report on page 101. This diagram may come across as slightly blurry today, but the purple areas indicate the location of the proposed temporary batching plants. The blue dots in adjacent brown areas indicate the location of the 14 proposed wind turbines, which would each be 200 metres from base to tip, and the associated hard standing areas. The orange area represents the location of the proposed substation, operations centre and battery storage. The blue triangle, if you can see it, just to the west of the proposed track represents the location of the proposed 150-metre tall wind monitoring mast. The proposed green rectangular areas represent the proposed temporary construction compounds, and the proposed purple and green lines represent proposed access tracks. You can also see in the report at paragraph 1.18 on page 108 that an earlier Section 36 application at this site was withdrawn by the then applicant, which was E.ON, on the 19th of January 2016. So you're looking at a different proposal to that now. Moving on to pictures, these were ones that were taken on Sunday afternoon. I thought they would be useful for the presentation today, and obviously quite up to date. So this is a view looking north. It's from one of the kind of fishermen's laybys on the A762 just north of Lochside Point, and this is on the western shore of Loch Ken. So it's looking north to the application site. The range is just over 20 kilometres. These images are to show the context of the application site when viewed from public road viewpoints to the south mainly of the application site and also the southeast, but we'll come on to those. Key point here is that this view is entirely within the Galloway Hills Regional Scenic Area in the sense that the kind of stands is within that area, as well as the hills that you can see in the distance. So the next view, this is looking north. It's from the A762, which is where you branch off at New Galloway to connect to the A713. Again, this is within the Galloway Hills Regional Scenic Area. It's looking over St John's town of Dalry in the middle ground to the application site at a range of approximately 14 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbines. This next view is looking north from the A713 lay-by near Bardenoch, and it's looking north at a range of about 2.3 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine. Again, this location is within the regional scenic area, and you're looking forward to the kind of topography that becomes key in this presentation. At the Cairnsmore of Cairn Massif, it's been termed. So looking at the next slide, this is slightly more north. It's on the A713. It's near Bardenoch Well. It's looking at the proposed development from a range of about 2.1 kilometres. Again, it's within the regional scenic area. The other thing to mention is the A713 from Castle Douglas to Ayr forms part of the established Galloway tourist route between Gretna and Ayr. And this is a view looking more northeast from the A713 at the same point as the previous slide. This is again at a range of around 2.1 kilometres from the nearest proposed turbine, and the house in the middle ground that you can see there is Cumnock Knowes, which was granted planning permission in principle back in May of 2008. What I've done next is I've included this OS map extract, and it shows the relationship of the proposed wind turbines, which are here as amber dots, 14 amber dots, with the hills identified previously. So left to right, in the previous slide, and I'll maybe come back to it, left to right you have Craig of Knock Grey, which is the one on the left you can see there. Williana, which is just to the right of that, and immediately behind that, crouching over it, is Dunule. And then you've got Black Shoulder, which is the third one, if you like, from the middle of that image as it steps up. Cairnsmore of Carstfair is behind that as a kind of dark shadow. And then to the right-hand side of those, you have Knockquarn and Ben Inner. Again, Ben Inner being the larger hill, which is slightly in the darker shadow to the back, and it maybe shows up slightly better on that slide there. So again, that's what's referred to in the report as the Cairnsmore of Carstfair Massif. It has quite a distinctive sculptural aspect to it. Once you're up at kind of altitude, if you like, you've got quite bare moorland hillsides. There isn't really any afforestation above a certain level at this location, and it is quite a landmark. So, looking at the other photograph, the final photograph taken on Sunday when I was out was looking north-northwest towards Knockquarn and Ben Inner. So you can see Knockquarn and Ben Inner left and right there with the valley in between, and Cairnsmore of Carstfairn is sitting behind that. This is a view taken looking north-northwest from the B729 near Smittens Bridge. So the B729 is the road that connects Moniaive with Carstfairn, and this is from a range of about 3.1 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine. That's another image, slightly closer, same route. It was the penultimate picture of the previous one. So this is the one from Smittens Bridge that shows a similar viewpoint. So looking at this, this is a submitted layout plan. It shows the proposed turbine layout and the site constraints. Key things to note are that the fuchsia coloured areas represent cultural heritage areas. The crosshatch corridor that you can see crossing the site indicates the route of the proposed 132 kilovolt overhead powerline corridor. And this diagram also shows varying peak depths within the site too, as well as areas of high and moderate interest of groundwater dependent terrestrial ecosystems, or GWDTE for short as an acronym. Next slide is looking at cumulative wind farm development in the vicinity of the proposal. So as a reference point, the proposed development is just to the left of the centre of this slide, the 14 amber dots again. As per the earlier update, the proposal at Windy Standard 1 for repowering was approved by the Scottish Government yesterday. The other cases presently under consideration in the area excuse me, include South Kyle 2 and Penclow Extension, both located in the East Ayrshire Council areas, with Yokenhead, Lorg, Herds Hill, Round Craig, Cloud Hill and Appin in Dumfries and Galloway. So these are applications that are kind of live at the moment, if you like, with the exception now being Windy Standard 1. If you look at your report, section 1.23 in pages 109 to 116 provides a full list of cumulative applications within 20 kilometres of the proposed development. The next slide, this is showing cumulative wind farm development again in the vicinity of the proposal, but the difference this time, with the exception of Windy Standard 1, is These are applications which have either been implemented or approved but not yet implemented at present. And again, these relate to section 1.23 of the report, and that's in pages 109 to 116. So in very basic terms, what you're seeing here is a lot of development, a lot of cumulative development, particularly to the north of the development, and to a lesser extent also to the west of the development. One of the key things that jumps out, if you like, is how little there is to the west and to the south of this proposed development, and that is a kind of significant consideration when you look at it, and we'll come on to that in further detail later in the presentation. This diagram, it shows the cumulative wind farms considered as part of the EIA report within the submitted cumulative assessment. So that's the EIA report from the developer, which came in when the application came in back in 2023. So please bear in mind that this is, data that's not current at the moment. It relates to when it came in 2023, and whatever the freeze date was for the EIA report, which would have been slightly before that. What you should note here, and it's cropping up as an outlier, is that the Torres Hill proposal, which is down in the southwest of the site, just within that inner ring, you might be able to pick it up there, that has been granted planning permission, but it's not been implemented, and as I understand it, my recollection is it's now time expired, so that's not something that's going to happen, so I would discard that from your consideration. This plan, again, it's part of the EIA report submission. It shows the pattern of cumulative wind farms up to 60 kilometres from the periphery of the proposed development, again dating back to the time of the submission in 2023, and the proposed development can be seen in the middle of this diagram with adjacent turbine developments and applications. The report considers the impact on the Galloway Hills Regional Scenic Area, and this map shows the boundaries of that designation. On the left-hand side, the blue cross-hatched area with the yellow annotation tab in relation to the proposed development. Again, you can see that within that cross-hatched area is the 14 amber dots again. So it is within the designated regional scenic area. There is another regional scenic area close by, which is further to the west, which I think from memory is the Thornhill Uplands Regional Scenic Area, but that's a separate consideration. So what you're looking at is a proposal that's within that regional scenic area. You can see the A713 public road on this diagram. The B729 public road is the one which branches off on the right hand side from the Galloway Hills Regional Scenic Area and links across to Moniaive in the west. You've got the boundary with East Ayrshire, which is basically the point at which the crosshatched blue area stops to the north and the northwest. You can see Loch Doon there on the left-hand side, the Rins of Kells, kind of hilly ridge, which is significant running to the south, and you've got the Dungeon Hills, Merrick and Glentrool beyond the Rins of Kells to the southwest, so that's off the shot here. But that's where everything kind of lies in relation to each other. So turning now to the relevant landscape character types set out in the Dumfries and Galloway Landscape Sensitivity Study, or the DGWLSS for short, which now forms part of the adopted supplementary guidance to LDP2 and therefore part of the development plan and endorsed by the Scottish Government. The host landscape character type is the Southern Uplands Carstfairn unit, with the valley to the south comprising the Upper Dale Valley, Upper Glen Kens unit, so that's a much smaller scale landscape character type, and I think hopefully the earlier photos demonstrate that and how you've got differences in scale and composition of this landscape and how they actually interrelate to each other. You've also got the Southern Uplands with forest landscape character type flanking to the northwest and the east, albeit they're different landscape character units. The northwest one's Carstfairn, the one to the east is the Ken unit. So these again are slides, this hasn't come up very well, but this is the submitted proposed indicative wind turbine specification. It's a 200 metre base to tip turbine, 170 metres rotor diameter, hub height of 115 metres. In terms of power input, there would be, that would be between 6.2 and 6.6 megawatts for each turbine, depending on which one was chosen. And that doesn't include the amount factored in for battery energy storage, which forms a component of this proposal set out in the report at paragraph 1.8 on page 102. You've then got a proposed indicative wind turbine foundation general arrangement. Again, this is part of the submission. Proposed indicative wind turbine hard-standing general arrangement. Just for clarification, the kind of purpley blue area next to the proposed turbine location, which is the kind of donut-shaped object in that diagram, would be permanent, and the crosshatch grey area would be temporary during the construction phase, with the central grey tracks being new, and I understand they would be retained for the operational period. There's now a proposed indicative substation control building diagram, and that includes battery energy storage, or BESS as it's known, which the applicant has provided would allow up to 50 megawatts of additional storage. This general area in its entirety would measure up to 180 metres in length by up to 100 metres in width. It contains three key elements in a fence compound, basically: the proposed battery energy storage area, which you can see on the left-hand side, a control building, which is top right, and a substation, which is bottom right within that kind of quadrant. And there's a cross-sectional kind of diagram towards the bottom of that slide as well, just to give further clarity on it. Indicative floating access track section, that's part of the submission. There's a single proposed indicative wind monitoring mast, 150 metres from base to tip within the site, and that was shown in the earlier proposed site layout as a blue triangle, if you could make that out, I'm not sure. The proposed indicative temporary construction compound diagram is fairly standardised, that will form part of the submission, and there's also been information submitted about the proposed batching plant, which again was shown in the site layout plan. This diagram shows the proposed development area and the heritage assets in relation to it, the cultural heritage assets, or archaeological assets, if you like. The council archaeologist comments appear at section 2.3 of the report in front of you, and that's in pages 133 to 137. The next submission diagram I have is a ZTV diagram, zone of theoretical visibility, which is a theoretical indication of where you're likely to see this proposal from, if you like, but that's done in a wireline topographical analysis, so man-made features like buildings aren't taken into account, and vegetation cover isn't taken into account as well, so this should be read very much as a worst-case scenario, if you like. But the first one I've got here, it shows theoretical visibility to the proposed turbine tip height out to a range of 20 kilometres, and this is for the proposal only, so it's not considering other existing wind farms. The viewpoints, which I will come on to, are shown superimposed on this as red dots. The orange area represents areas where theoretically 13 to 14 of the proposed turbines would be partly visible, with the yellow representing 10 to 12, green 7 to 9, blue 4 to 6, and lilac 1 to 3, so it's kind of graded. In the white areas in this diagram, there would be no theoretical visibility of the proposal at all. The next ZTV diagram, again, this is potential visibility to turbine tip height, but this is in combination with operational and also under construction wind farms. So there's a kind of Venn diagram on the right-hand side of this. So you've got the yellow and white areas representing areas where there would be no theoretical visibility of the proposal, in combination with operational or under construction wind farms. The green indicates areas where the proposal would be seen in combination with other operational or under construction development, and blue indicates the areas where only the proposal that you have in front of you would be theoretically visible. And the final ZTV diagram I've got shows potential visibility to turbine tip height in combination with operational or under construction wind farms, and also consented wind farms, so ones that haven't yet been built out, if you like. So moving on to the viewpoints now, this shows the location. What I've done is I've annotated the submitted diagram here with a black dot which has got a yellow edge to it on the screen, so hopefully it stands out a little bit more. So this shows the location of viewpoint 1. It's at Carsfairn War Memorial. This viewpoint is looking towards the proposed development, looking northeast on a bearing of 64 degrees and at a distance of 1.6 kilometres to the nearest proposed wind turbine. So this is showing the baseline photograph and the corresponding wireline diagram beneath it, with the proposed turbines in green and those at the nearby Shepherd Rig approved but unimplemented wind turbine development in red. So you can see those on the right-hand side, but for the avoidance of doubt, the green turbines on the wireline diagram at the bottom of this image represent the proposed development. The next part of that viewpoint, which is in the submitted LVIA, is from the same viewpoint, and again, the wireline diagram is showing the proposed development only, so this is in itself without Shepherd Rig shown. And finally, from the same viewpoint, you have a photo montage which shows the baseline photograph and a kind of modelled image of what the turbines would look like at this location. The next viewpoint is from Carsfairn Memorial Garden, and this is looking towards a proposed development looking east-northeast at a bearing of 70 degrees, again at a close distance of about 2 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine. The top half shows the baseline photograph, and again below you've got a wireline diagram showing the proposed turbines in green, with those at the nearby Shepherd Rig approved but unimplemented wind turbine development in red, and those at the approved but unimplemented wind turbine developments at Troston Loch and Margree, which are on the extreme right-hand side of this image in blue. Same viewpoint, wireline diagram, this is showing the proposed development only, and this is the photo montage that has been produced, again showing the proposed development in itself. So that gives you an idea of the kind of visual impact it would have from that particular location. Viewpoint 3 is from Cairnsmore of Carsfairn, the summit of that hill. That's it there, just near the edge of the innermost kind of circle there. It's the black dot again with the yellow edge to it, if you can make that out. And this is looking towards the proposed development. It's looking pretty much south on a bearing of 182 degrees, and this is at a distance of 2.4 kilometres to the nearest proposed wind turbine, which is T12. Top one's the baseline photograph, and below you've got a wireline diagram showing the proposed turbines in green, with those that I've already mentioned at Torres Hill in blue on the right-hand side. So the two turbines on the right-hand side, please discard those from your consideration, because like I say, I'm fairly sure that that permission has time lapse without being implemented at all. You've then got the wireline diagram from the same viewpoint. This is from Cairnsmore of Carsfairn. And then you've got the photo montage from that viewpoint as well. Moving now on to viewpoint 4, Ben Inner is the other, I think, the highest hill within the Cairnsmore of Carsfairn Massif, if you like, and it's slightly to the east of Cairnsmore of Carsfairn itself. So that viewpoint is looking south towards the proposed development on a bearing of 202 degrees at a distance of 2.1 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine, which is T3. So the top part of this shows the baseline photograph, and below a wireline diagram showing the proposed turbines in green, with those at Torres Hill shown in blue. So again, please disregard those. You've got the wireline diagram from this viewpoint 4 showing the proposed development only, with the green turbines, and then there's the photo montage that's been produced as well. Next viewpoint is viewpoint 6. Now there's maybe an element of confusion here, because this is Benbrack in the sense of the Striding Arch Benbrack near Moniaive, not the Benbrack to the northwest of Carsfairn, which has got a wind farm there. So just for the avoidance of doubt, this is, if you like, the Moniaive rather Benbrack. Again, you've got the top half of this showing the baseline photograph, and then you've got the lower part of this showing the proposed development in relation to other proposals in the locality as well. So this is looking west-southwest towards the proposed development on a bearing of 253 degrees at a distance of 7.5 kilometres from the nearest proposed turbine. The wireline diagram that I mentioned shows the turbines in green that are proposed as part of this proposal, with those at the nearby Shepherd Rig approved but unimplemented wind turbine development shown in red. The Benbrack, this is the other Benbrack, and Windy Rig wind farm proposals appear on the right-hand side of this wireline diagram. And this is the same location, same viewpoint, showing the proposed development only as a wireline diagram, and also as a photo montage. So you can see the kind of Cairnsmore of Carshfern Massif to the right hand side, that kind of sculptural rounded group of hills. Viewpoint 8 it's on the B729 public road to the southeast of Carshfern. So this is the road that I mentioned earlier, which connects Monive to Carshfern itself. And this viewpoint, looking at the image, the baseline image on the top of this, it's looking towards the proposed development north on a bearing of 7 degrees at a distance of 1.5 kilometres. So this is really quite close to the proposed development. Nearest turbine to here is T2. And you've got a Y-line diagram on the bottom half of this image showing the proposed turbines in green with those tips. You might see red tips on the right hand side of this image being those at Shepherd Rig, which has been approved and implemented from this viewpoint. Then you've got the Y-line diagram that shows the proposed development only, and the next one, the photo montage from the same location. You'll probably note from the location plan as well there are quite a number of settlements along this part of the B729, but we'll come on to issues in relation to the residential visual amenity assessment in due course. Location at viewpoint 9, there's an error in the presentation here, which is mine. This should be labelled road between A713 and B729, but I haven't changed the previous one, so that's my mistake. Apologies. The next one's correct, that's what the previous one should have said, road between A713 and B729. So this is looking north towards the proposed development on a bearing of 344 degrees at a distance of 2.2 kilometres to the nearest proposed wind turbine, which from here is T14. You can see the baseline picture above. Again, you've got that quite distinctive shape of the Cairnsmore of Carshfern Massif, if you like, in the distance there. The lower part of the picture here shows the proposed turbines in green, with those tips at the nearby Shepherd Rig approved but unimplemented wind turbine development shown in red on the right hand side. You've also got in the distance, you've got Benbrack in blue on the left hand side of this diagram, and also visible over the crest of the hills, if you like, are the Windy Standard 1 repowering and Windy Rig developments, one of which is granted but not yet implemented. Windy Rig has obviously been implemented and operating for a number of years now. So that's the viewpoint showing the proposed development only, and the next viewpoint is showing the photo montage. It maybe doesn't come out so well against that light sky background, but that's the photo montage from the same viewpoint. The next viewpoint is viewpoint 10, which I think is pronounced Cairn Aval, or it might be Cairn Aval. I don't know, so apologies if I'm mispronouncing that, but this viewpoint is looking northeast towards the proposed development on a bearing of 61 degrees. It's a distance of 2.7 kilometres to the nearest proposed wind turbine, which is T10. Shows the baseline photograph in the top half, and below the Y-line diagram showing the proposed turbines in green, again with the nearby Shepherd Rig approved but unimplemented wind turbine development in red behind that, and the more distant Lorg, Cornharrow and Troston Loch proposals in blue, which are the ones you can see just on the right hand side of this Y-line diagram as more distant features. That's the Y-line diagram showing the proposed development only from that location. And then you've got the photo montage again showing the proposed development in itself. Moving now to viewpoint 11, Corsorine. It's obviously one of the key summits in the Rins of Kells chain. Just as a comparison, I was interested to look at this. It's 814 metres above Ordnance Datum, so it's actually higher at its summit than Cairnsmore of Carshfern, which is 797 metres above Ordnance Datum. I can't claim to have climbed up Corsorine, but when you look at this viewpoint, it's looking northeast towards the proposed development on a bearing of 52 degrees. It's at a distance of 10.2 kilometres to the nearest proposed wind turbine. You can see the baseline, you can see rather the Y-line diagram, which shows a lot of cumulative interest, if you like. Proposed turbines are in green, Shepherd Rig approved but unimplemented wind turbine development shown in red behind that. Again, the foreground two blue turbines should be ignored because that relates to the Torres Hill wind turbine development. There's A significant turbine development is the way I've described it, implemented, approved and undetermined, which can be seen beyond the Cairnsmore of Carsfairn Massif to the north within this diagram. I think it demonstrates it quite well. The other thing is that on the right-hand side of this visualisation in blue, members should note the presence of Cornharrow, Troston, Lochglen, Shimerick and Margree proposals, which have all been approved but not yet implemented. The implemented Weather Hill wind farm, which is quite close to Money Ive, appears as distant black turbines in this wireline diagram. So this is from Corsorine. It's showing a wireline of the proposed development only, and the next image is showing a photo montage. So this is showing the proposed development in itself against the baseline picture as it stands at the moment. Viewpoint 13 is from Dunjuch, I think the pronunciation is, and this is just kind of to the south of Money Ive, if you like, in the A713. This viewpoint is looking towards the proposed development, north-northwest direction, on a bearing of 342 degrees. It's at a distance of 3.3 kilometres to the nearest proposed wind turbine, which is T14, shows the baseline photo in the top half and below the wireline diagram, showing the proposed turbines in green, with the nearby Shepherd Rig approved but unimplemented wind turbine development in red on the right-hand side of the wireline. The blue turbines shown on the left-hand side represent the wind turbine at Benbrack. That's the Benbrack near Carsfairn, not Money Ive, and that's presently under construction but not yet operational. You've then got the wireline diagram, and that's showing the proposed development only from this location, and then the photo montage showing the proposed development itself. I mean, again, this is a view of the regional scenic area, and you've got that Cairnsmore of Carsfairn Massif there, very much acting as the focus of that at this location, I would suggest. Viewpoint 14 is at Stonefreggan Cairn, which is an archaeological feature. I can't remember offhand what the particular designation is, but I know it's of significance. It may be actually a scheduled monument. But regardless, this viewpoint is looking towards the proposed development northwesterly on a bearing of 303 degrees at a distance of 3.8 kilometres to the nearest proposed wind turbine. You can see the upper half is the baseline photograph, and below that you've got the wireline diagram showing the proposed turbines in green, with the nearby Shepherd Rig approved but unimplemented wind turbine development shown in red. So that's more in the foreground. The green turbines are more recessive here because they're further away from the viewpoint than Shepherd Rig itself. That's the wireline diagram that is demonstrating again when you look at the two. The Quantons Hill proposal would be further from the viewer, and then you've got the photo montage. This is just obviously showing the proposed Quantons Hill development in itself from that viewpoint. Next viewpoint I've got, it's on the B7000 to the south of High Bridge of Ken. That viewpoint again is looking towards the proposed development north-northwest on a bearing of 335 degrees at a distance of about 4 kilometres to the nearest proposed wind turbine, which is T14. You get the baseline picture in the upper part of this, and below a wireline diagram showing the proposed turbines in green, with the nearby Shepherd Rig approved but unimplemented wind turbine development in red, and more distant Benbrack development in blue on the left-hand side, and Windy Standard 1, Windy Rig Afton, Sanker 2 and Yoken Head on the right-hand side, kind of over the crest if you like. Again, you've got the wireline diagram showing the proposed development only, and the photo montage that has been produced by the developer and submitted. Viewpoint 17 is on the A762 north of New Galloway, so this is where you branch off just before the old Clydesdale Bank building, if you can remember that, to take the shortcut up the road to Ayr. This viewpoint is looking north towards the proposed development on a bearing of 347 degrees. It's at 14.2 kilometres to the nearest proposed wind turbine. You can see the wireline diagram here showing the proposed turbines in green, with the nearby Shepherd Rig approved but unimplemented wind turbine development in red, and the more distant Benbrack development in blue on the left-hand side. Also Windy Standard 1, Windy Rig Afton, Sanker 2 and Yoken Head on the right-hand side. And that is the wireline from that viewpoint showing the proposed development only. Viewpoint 18, I think this is the last viewpoint that's going to be discussed, is on the A713 south of Carsfairn. This is looking northeast towards the proposed development on a bearing of 38 degrees at a distance of 1.8 kilometres to the nearest proposed wind turbine, which is T10. You can see the baseline photograph on the top of this, and below the wireline diagram showing the proposed turbines in green. Again, Shepherd Rig is appearing in this in red on the right hand side. And that is a view of the proposed development only from that location. And then you've got a photo montage from that location. Again, the house that you can see in the middle ground there is Cumnock Knowes. If you pan right from the previous viewpoints, this is looking, is more round to the east in a bearing of 55 degrees, but the previous one, that's the proposed development as a wireline diagram, and there's an equivalent photo montage. So if you like, there's two different views from this viewpoint, both looking to the northeast to varying degrees. So that really probably takes me back to the original pictures that I took on Sunday when I went up to that location there. Okay, to briefly summarise the key points in the report in front of you today, paragraphs 4.14 and 4.15 on page 147 summarise the present position with MPF4 Policy 11, with particular reference to point 2 of Part E, where it discusses things like localised impacts and mitigation, particularly. I'm not going to read any of these paragraphs out. You've obviously got the report in front of you, which hopefully speaks for itself. The next point is paragraphs 4.25 and 4.26 on page 148. Look at the guidance contained within the Scottish Government's onshore wind policy statement of December 2023. So that's fairly contemporaneous with the publication and kind of adoption, if you like, or incorporation into the development plan, I don't know how you would call it, of MPF4 in February 2023. So those documents came out at a similar time. Paragraph 4.43 of the report looks at the relatively recent update of LDP2 supplementary guidance to support LDP2 policy IN2. And that 2024 study reviews and updates the various earlier landscape studies contained within supplementary guidance, such that the supplementary guidance now accords with the recent guidance on assessing landscape sensitivity issued by Nature Scot in 2022, and it's also been endorsed by the Scottish Government by virtue of the adoption of this supplementary guidance in the post-MPF4 era. So that happened earlier this year. I think from memory it was March 2025, but I think that is significant too, because I think that gives more weight to the development plan, the LDP2 and the supplementary guidance in your balance of considerations when you're working out a recommendation to give to the Scottish Government in relation to this case. And that's my own feeling. Paragraphs 4.44 and 4.45 of your report at page 153 do explain the purpose of the DGWLSS and its limitations. It's also acknowledged within the report that the proposed development is considered to have a range of renewable energy benefits and CO2 emission reductions, as well as a range of socio-economic benefits. So again, those have to be factored into your consideration. Paragraphs 4.62 to 4.73 of the report and the associated tables look at the guidance contained within the DGWLSS, which is now part of supplementary guidance to LDP2 as it relates to this proposal. And again, I think that's quite significant. The Galloway Hills Regional Scenic Area, or RSA designation, is given consideration within the report at paragraphs 4.74 to 4.81. So that's pages 166 to 169, with consideration given to the status of the RSA designation at paragraph 4.80 and the specific concerns in relation to the RSA designation, and particularly the impacts arising from this proposal in relation to it at paragraph 4.81. The external LVIA assessment, which was undertaken by Ironside Farrer Associates, is summarised within the report at section 2.2 on pages 121 to 133, and within the report at paragraphs 4.82 and 4.83 on pages 169 to 171. Archaeology and cultural heritage is considered at paragraphs 4.85 to 4.90, and the council archaeologist's response can be found within the report as well at paragraph 2.3. There's no real concerns in relation to that, as you can see, and the report also considers the issues of noise, shadow flicker, public rights of way and core paths, roads, traffic and access, flood risk, and there are no concerns in relation to that particular set of issues. So, looking at the concluding paragraphs in the report at 4.109 to 4.112, and that's on pages 178 to 179, I've tried to explain the recommendations and the reasoning behind it on landscape and visual grounds, and in essence I think this is considered to be the right development at the wrong location, and I think this case demonstrates why there was a need to update LDP2 supplementary guidance, which, as I say, has since been adopted as part of the development plan with the agreement of the Scottish Government. Further, the issue of residential and visual amenity is considered at paragraphs 4.91 to 4.97 within the report, and the conclusion I've reached in this regard is within the report as part of paragraph 5.1, that's point 2 on page 180. So there are concerns that we don't have the relevant information there to draw a conclusion. Similarly, the topic of aviation lighting is considered at paragraphs 4.106 to 4.108 within that report as well, and the conclusion reached in that regard is also within the report as part of paragraph 5.1.2. So the recommendation is to provide a consultation response raising objection to the Scottish Government in relation to this proposed development. But I'm happy to answer any questions, Chair.
Thanks very much, Robert, and that was a very comprehensive report. Any questions for our case officer? Councillor Campbell, John Campbell, please.
Yeah, just a quick one. Is this the only application that's inside the National Scenic Area, or are there others?
Robert?
Thanks, Chair. It's a regional scenic area that the application is located within. It's the only one that I'm aware of at the moment that's within the Galloway Hills regional scenic area. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Councillor Campbell. Thanks, Robert. If there are no other questions, thank you, Robert. There are no registered speakers, so we're in session, members. Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, I propose we go with the officer's recommendations.
Thank you very much, Councillor McFarlane. Councillor Slater, who wants to second that proposal.
I'm happy to second.
And Councillor Dryburgh did register he wanted to speak.
Just happy to second that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dryburgh. Okay, I think Councillor Slater already seconded it, but thank you very much for your support on that proposal. So no alternative views. Can you inform members of the decision of the committee, please?
Thanks, Chair. Members have agreed to raise an objection to the proposal as detailed in the report.
Thank you, Tracy. Move on to agenda item number 9. A consultation regarding an application made under section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 for the erection of 13 wind turbines, maximum tip height 200 metres, battery storage system, borrow pits, temporary construction compound, substation and associated infrastructure at proposed Glenvernach Wind Farm, south of Glenvernach Farm and west of A714 Public Road, 7.5 kilometres to northwest of Newton Stewart. This is a section 36 consultation as per Scottish ministers. The recommendation is there is an objection, and our case officer is Neil Simpson. And I think I advised members earlier this is Neil's first presentation to committee, so we're kind to him. Neil, if you're online, please can you take us through your presentation?
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? Thank you for that introduction.
Oh, we can hear you well.
No, that's good. We're winning. As per the previous application, this is a an application that falls to be considered by the Scottish Ministers under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989. And for the purposes of this application, therefore, Dumfries and Galloway Council are a consultee and not the determining authority. The consultation from the Scottish Ministers was received on the by the Council on the 19th of November 2024. The formal deadline for the consultation response was extended until 29th of August 2025, with the agreement of the Scottish Government's Energy Consents Unit on behalf of the Scottish Ministers and of the applicant. Therefore, if the members were to be inclined to oppose the application today, it would not trigger a public inquiry. If we can move forward, this is the site location and the layout showing the 13 turbines as proposed. And these photographs were taken from we can move on if you like. Yeah, these photos were taken at the weekend. So again, they're fresh, up to date, more or less in a clockwise direction from the Cree Valley, starting at Larg Farm, approximately 1.5 kilometers looking west across the valley. The lower Cree Valley is quite heavily wooded, so views up towards the hillside there, the ridge, are quite constrained. Move on. Further up the east side of the Cree Valley above Larg Farm at Borgen Cottage. This is the view looking at above the tree line, so towards the ridge. This is from the A714 looking up towards the ridge at Clackaneasy at a range of about 1 kilometre. And then this is turning up the road by Glenvernock Cottage, looking south this time towards the proposed development at a range of about 2 kilometres, right by Glenvernock Cottage. Okay, if you could carry on. So just carrying on along the road, above Glenvernock Cottage, again looking south, and you can just carry on, and then looking east now towards the Galloway Hills. That's the Galloway Hills you can see in the distance from a lay-by at a range of about 1.3 kilometres. The Southern Upland Way crosses very close to the proposal, and it leads off from this road at this point. This is a point that will be taken up later. Again, looking northeast this time from the lay-by, we're working our way down towards No and Loch Ochiltree in this direction, but this is looking northeast at a range of about 1.1 kilometres. Again, that's the Galloway Hills, and you can see in the background there. This is the view looking northeast from Glenrother Cottage. Again, Galloway Hills in the background, at a range of about 1 kilometre to the nearest turbines. And this is a view looking from the west bank, taken from the B7027. It's the west side of Loch Ochiltree, looking towards the proposed site, and that's along the horizon there, again with the Galloway Hills in the far distance. This is a map of the cumulative wind farms, so existing and proposed, up to 35 kilometres. I think it's important or noteworthy that most of the wind farms in operation are to the north and to the west of the site. This would be, in a sense, a continuation towards the east, where there aren't many this side of the Galloway Hills or in the Cree Valley. I think that's a key takeaway from this. If you'd like to move on. Again, this is showing the operational and the proposed wind farms up to 35 kilometres. Again, most of the operational ones you can see are in green to the west and to the north. There is a proposal at Blair Hill that's pending. That's the one just to the east at the edge of the inner circle. That's just to the north of Newton Stewart. So apart from that, this wind farm could be seen as a continuation of those other wind farms that have been operational and consented to the west towards Stranraer. Okay. While the site isn't within a national designation or a regional scenic area, it is on the boundary of the Galloway Hills Regional Scenic Area, and the Mottram Locks Regional Scenic Area would be within 35 kilometres, and there would be distant views potentially from there as well. But the key takeaway from this is the proximity to the Galloway Hills Regional Scenic Area. It does border the scenic area. Move on. So, principal visual receptors within 35 kilometres. I don't really have a lot to say about this. This indicates the various settlements and the key points that would be impacted by the proposal. This again, it's a typical elevation of one of the wind turbines. They are proposed as 200 meters base to tip, so quite prominent. Again, proposed base, concrete pad, which each turbine would be stood on. That's a profile of the concrete pad, showing the depth of the concrete. There will be a substation and control building. Tracks, the access is proposed from the A714. This shows elevation and proposed elevations of the track profile with culverts for drainage. There will be a temporary construction compound during the period of construction. This will of course be removed at the end of construction. There was an EIA that accompanies the application, which examines the various impacts on heritage assets, northwest. If you can jump through these screens if you want, there's 4. So they just show the various heritage assets, northwest, northeast, southeast, southwest of the site. The council archaeologist had no objection, but if we were, in the case that the application was approved, they have asked for some conditions regarding a schedule of works prior to any development. ZTV diagram. So this will be the visibility of the turbine tip height to within 20 kilometers, showing the impacted areas. Again, that's the Galloway Hills directly east of the proposed site. Newton Stewart is down to the south. Okay, so I think that's the wrong slide. Can we move forward? There we go. Thank you. Apologies for that. Okay, so the first viewpoint is from Borgen Cottage. This is to the east, looking from the east side of the Cree Valley. That's the existing view. These have been provided by the applicant. If you move forward, there'll be a wireframe. So that's how the turbines would appear from the east side of the valley. And that's a photo montage showing the impact of the turbines on the horizon, on the landscape there. Next one, Brigton Farm and Button Ben cottages. Again, this is the view looking towards the site. Wireframe. And the next one, that's a photo montage of the view that would be anticipated of the development. The next one, viewpoint 3, Clackaneasy. This is from the A714. So at the base of the Cree Valley, looking up towards the site. Wireframe. And the next slide is a photo montage showing the turbines in situ as proposed. There would be a lot of screening. There is this part of the Cree Valley up to Clackaneasy is very heavily wooded, so views would be more constrained from the A714. And then this is from Glenrother Cottage. Glenrother Lodge. Apologies. Wireframe. Then the photo montage. That's looking east towards the Galloway Hills in the background there. The next one, Knockville and Gronga Woodland log cabins. Again, that's the existing view. Wireframe. And then a photo montage. So this gives you an idea of the visual impact of the turbines. Okay, Larg Farm. Again, this is the east side of the Cree, just at the base of the valley, looking up towards the site. That's the wireframe. And then the photo montage. Again, these would appear above the tree line. Okay, and viewpoint 7, Local Dorkan. Existing view, wireframe, and photo montage of the proposed turbines. Next viewpoint, it's a Local Dorkan. Existing view, moving on to the wireframe, moving on, and then the photo montage. And then viewpoint 9, Old Log House. This is on the east side of the Cree. Wireframe. And then photo montage. Again, the heavily wooded character of the area does serve to obscure the turbines from these locations further down the Cree Valley. Okay, so viewpoint 10, Shepherd's Cottage. Again, existing view, wireframe, photo montage. Again, heavily wooded. Okay, so in general, there are a number of benefits that can be considered as part of this development. The application does set these out. The proposed development would provide up to 86 megawatts of installed capacity. The applicant estimates that this would generate approximately 242 gigawatt hours of renewable electricity each year, sufficient to power over 74,700 homes on average, with a theoretical saving of up to 104,060 tonnes of CO2 each year for the operational life of the wind farm, which is it would be over a period of 35 years. This would represent a significant contribution towards the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from energy production, in line with NPF4 policies 1 and 2. The planning statement submitted in support of the application provides that the proposed development would provide the following material economic benefits in addition to this over the operational lifespan. So they're saying the there's the potential to inject 8.35 million into the Dumfries and Galloway economy and 17.2 million to the wider Scottish economy. And the annual expenditure associated with the operation and maintenance of the wind farm could generate £704,000 annually and support 7 jobs in Dumfries and Galloway. The applicant would also provide a community benefit fund during the operation of the proposed development. Now, the council took the advice of a landscape advisor who advised against the latest Dumfries and Galloway landscape sensitivity assessment. And the advice that we received was that the proposed wind farm would dominate the Western Galloway Hills due to the scale and position of the wind turbines and the proximity of the Galloway Hills. The hills on this advice would be significantly affected by the wind farm in views of distances of up to 20 kilometres to the west and the south, and would affect the recreational experience of visitors using the Southern Upland Way and other paths and roads within the Galloway Forest Park. In addition, the aviation lighting for these turbines would cause, in the view of the advice that we received, would cause unacceptable impacts on the Galloway Dark Skies Park at distances of up to 14 kilometres from the wind farm. And the wind turbines would also cause local effects on the character of the Cree Valley due to the scale would be considered to be over-dominant for views across the valley. And finally, the advice has also identified significant adverse amenity impact on 12 residential properties within 2 kilometres of the turbines by virtue of noise, flicker and overbearing visual impacts. It is noted by the officers that a number of the affected properties are interested parties. However, it is considered that the proposed development would be contrary to local plan policy IN2 that seeks to balance sustainable development without significant harm arising to the amenity of local residents. Finally, the Council Flood Risk Management Team have no objection, subject to conditions regarding surface water on the proposed tract and maintenance of the proposed drains and culverts. Cree Valley Community Council consider that the proposal is badly sited, badly designed and would have an unacceptable impact on the natural environment and people of the Cree Valley. And finally, the Council Roads Planning Team and Countryside Access Officer were consulted but have not provided responses. So in conclusion, MPF 4 Policy 11 provides that in considering wind energy proposals, significant weight is required to be placed on the positive contribution of wind energy proposals to renewable energy generation targets and on greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. It is also acknowledged that significant economic benefits and employment would accrue to the local rural economy. However, notwithstanding these benefits, it is considered that the proposed development would represent a significant departure from the terms of the development plan in a number of respects. These are significant adverse impacts to the character of the Galloway Hills regional area and to amenity users of the Southern Upland Way, unacceptable impacts on the Galloway Dark Skies Park. The turbines would also dominate local views across the Cree Valley, and there would be adverse amenity impacts on a number of residential properties. So while it is recognised that some benefits would arise as a result of this proposal, it is considered that in the balance of consideration, these are greatly outweighed by the significant harms identified. The recommendation is therefore that the members should object to this proposed development in its consultation response to the Scottish Ministers. Members and Chair, I thank you for your time. Have you got any questions? That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Neil. I have one question for you. In page 2471.3, it states quite clearly that there will be a public inquiry triggered if we raise an objection to this application. Is that correct?
That's not correct. That is an error. That was because we weren't entirely sure that we were going to have enough time to bring this to the committee today. That the expiry date is the 29th of August. Therefore, there would be no inquiry.
I will just ask Mr. Sutty to clarify that.
Sorry, I can maybe check with Robert. I think there would be a PLI because it's within time. Is that correct?
Thanks. Just to clarify, there's obviously quite a lot of time and effort put in with the Scottish Government and developers to try and extend deadlines where we need them, and we've done that in this case. Basically, if the Council formally responds to this consultation within that timeline, raising formal objection, then they can't actually determine that application without recourse to PLI, so it will automatically trigger a PLI. So I'm quite happy that what you've got in the report is correct.
Okay.
Thanks, Neil, and thanks, Robert. So if we respond after this meeting, should we raise an objection, it will trigger a PLI? Yeah? Thank you. Any other questions for our thanks, Neil. Any other questions for our case officer? Councillor McFarlane, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation. There's just one of the images that I don't know if I interpreted it properly. It was viewpoint 3. Is it possible we could get that up again and have another look?
From Clackaneasy.
I think it was a wire diagram, or it was one. Yeah, next one, that one there. Yeah, can you explain that one to me? Is that behind the hills, or are we suggesting that will be visible? Because it looks like looks to me like it's been superimposed, but it should be behind the hills. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah,
Thank you.
That's where they would be physically, but yeah, they would be screened by the woodland and the hills. This is looking up from the valley floor, from the main road.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor McFarlane. Any other questions for our case officer? Doesn't appear to be so. So we're in session. Councillor McFarlane.
Happy to support the officer's recommendations.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dryborough.
Seconded.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chrissy Hill.
It was just a second that we go with the officer's recommendation of refusal. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hill. So we have a move to go with the officer's recommendation. If there are no alternative views, unanimous decision of the committee. Thank you, members.
Chair, I'll just confirm members have agreed to raise the objection to the consultation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Move on to agenda item number 10. An application for the erection 35-year operation and subsequent decommissioning of a wind farm comprising of up to 9 wind turbines and associated development at variance with condition 1 and 11 of planning permission PPA-170-2153 granted on appeal. A, to allow changes to the ancillary infrastructure out with the consented micrositing allowance, and B, to increase the stated micrositing allowance to 130 metres to facilitate the development of the wind turbines, amended description at land at Magree, St Johnstown of the Rye, Castle Douglas. This is a section 42 application. Recommendations to approve subject conditions, and our case officer is again Neil Simpson. Neil, again, just when you're ready, please take it through your presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is as Chair was just describing, this is a request to vary an existing wind farm. This is the existing wind farm as consented. If you can move on, this is the proposed variation. Essentially, the applicant is asking to vary the position of the wind turbines by more than the allowed micrositing allowance given under the original application. The original application allowed for a micrositing of up to 100 meters. The applicant is seeking up to 130 meters, so not a huge amount of difference potentially. There are no objections from consultees. There is a for the avoidance of doubt, there is another application that will which is number 08. Bear with me. 0825 S42, which seeks to vary the height, but this is not that application, just to be clear. So this application is concerned solely with the increase in the micrositing of the existing turbines. As I said, there are no consultee objections on this, and the planning recommendation is to approve the variation subject to revised conditions. There is an additional condition from SEPA, who were unable to consult on the original application due to COVID. But other than that, there are no, like I say, no objections, and the recommendation is for the members to approve.
Thank you very much again, Neil, and thanks for being brief. And members will remember that if we refuse this, the existing or extant permission remains. So, any questions for our case officer? In that case, members were in session. Councillor John Campbell.
Happy to go with the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Councillor David Slater.
I would second that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oui. And Councillor Dryborough.
I was going to second it anyway, Chair, so fine.
Thank you very much indeed, and my apologies if I got it out of your kilter. Move on to agenda item number 11. An application for the extension to existing quarry for extraction of sand and gravel and progressive restoration to agriculture and natural or nature conservation at variance with condition 1 of planning permission 05P/3/0457 to allow the continuation of extraction until 2041 and review and update the restoration scheme, section 42, at Tarmac Jericho Bridge, Locher Briggs, Dumfries. It's section 42 application, premise number 23/2307/S42. The recommendation is to approve, subject to A, the successful completion of a Section 75 plan obligation within 6 months of the date of the decision, or any extended timescales as agreed by the appointed officer, and B, conditions. And our case officer on this application is Graham Smith. Graham, good afternoon. Can you take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. Jericho Bridge is a long-established quarrying operation north of Locher Briggs. It's been there for approximately 60 years. First slide simply shows some aerial context, and the red line boundary isn't very legible in this image, but it does show you that quarrying operations are prevalent in the north of Locher Bridge, with the quarry subject to this application and the adjoining Kilblain quarry to the west that is not operated by the applicant in this one. The wider surroundings are predominantly rural, as you can see, with the settlement to the south. The next slide shows more clearly the extent of this application site. The eastern boundary is the A701 road. The next slide shows the first two phases of the development, with the purple areas showing where and in what order mineral extraction is taking place. The light brown areas are where operations associated with the use are taking place, such as processing of materials. The dark brown is where soil and overburden storage occurs, and yellow and green where restoration is to be taking place. Extraction is currently happening in the northwest part of the site. So from that, I would assume we're in phase 2. Next slide showing, if you can go back to phases 3 and 4. You'll just note that extraction started in the central area, it moved north, and the final 2 phases of extraction are to the southwest and east, with the operational areas remaining central throughout. The next slide just shows an indicative view of the site as is intended to be restored. The aim is to provide a locally distinctive, high-quality landscape, which will enhance biodiversity and provide grazing land. Habitat will be a mixture, as you can see, of wetland, marsh, standing water, woodland pasture, and parkland, which will be a long-term management in place for. The final slide, what is considered to be the main issues in this application. It's important to note that it's not seeking any physical alterations. It's looking to prolong the lifespan of the previously approved operations for an additional 12 years. No objections were received from any local residents or the relevant consultees. The conditions have been periodically reviewed as part of this application. So what we're proposing is for a more up-to-date suite of planning conditions to be added. This would be considered to maintain existing safeguards, but also secure the kind of environmental, amenity and roads protections and enhancements that a modern development would. An example of this would just be increasing importance of dark skies in a modern context. The 2005 permission had no control over lighting. What we're proposing is a standard condition looking to avoid light spill out with the site. So overall, it's subject to the updated conditions that we've detailed in the report and a new legal agreement which will secure the restoration bond. I recommend that the committee approve this Section 42 application. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Graham. Delighted to see the new conditions that are proposed. Members, any questions for our case officer? I don't see any. In absence of, Councillor Driver, please.
That's the way we're going in session, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm looking for a seconder or anyone with an alternative view. Councillor McFarlane indicates he wants to second it. Is that correct?
Happy to second, Chair.
Thank you very much. If there are any alternative views, we have agreed unanimously to approve this application. Can you confirm the decision of the committee, please, Tracy?
Thanks, Chair. Members have agreed to approve the application subject to the successful completion of a Section 75 planning obligation within 6 months of the date of the decision or extended timescale as agreed by the appointed officer and the conditions as detailed in the report. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Move on to agenda item number 12, an application for the erection of wind farm comprising 10 wind turbines, each with an overall height from base to tip of up to 200 metres, including associated infrastructure at variance with condition 2 and 12 of planning permission 23/1686/S42 to allow revised siting of ancillary infrastructure at Glenshimmerach Hill and Kilnair Hill, St John's Tunnel, Dry, Castle Douglas. This is again a Section 42 application, reference number 25/0342/S42. Recommendation approved subject to conditions, and our case officer, Graham Smith. Graham, will you take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. This is another Section 42 application, this time relating to a wind farm originally approved on appeal in 2019. Since then, there have been a series of Section 42 applications giving consent for adjustments to the development, but this latest one purely relating to the ancillary infrastructure. The first slide shows the location of the site. It's accessed via a private track from the east coming off the B7000, cutting over the southern upland way into Glenshimmerach and Kilnairn Hills, which are north-east of St John's town of Dalry. I appreciate the plan doesn't contain much detail. The location plan on page 403 of your packs probably gives you better context. The topography is naturally undulating with an agricultural character and a rural open setting but also containing several forestry plantations in the vicinity. Next slide shows what the consented layout looks like. When I'm talking about infrastructure, things to note of direct relevance are firstly the construction compound, which in this plan is on the access track, and it's a purple rectangle on the plan. There are to be 2 borrow pits as part of this development, and these are hatched brown in this drawing. You can also note the access track broadly running across the site with some small tracks coming off it. Moving on to the next slide, this shows what is proposed in the application. The access track would be more of a loop now, and the borrow pit that had been at the western end now more centrally located. The other borrow pit on the right is largely in the same position. The construction compound is now positioned further into the site towards where the turbines will be erected, and is a brown rectangle in this drawing. You may notice that some of the turbines are slightly different, but this is not something that the applicant needed permission for, as they've been sited within their micrositing allowance specified by the previous consent. There's also 1 fewer turbine. The next slide summarises what I believe to be the main issues for this application. Changes to some of the infrastructure proposed in this revision is out with the micrositing allowance, hence the need for the application. Given the remote character of the site and nature of what is proposed, I don't consider that this revision, when viewed in isolation, will result in an unacceptable loss of amenity for the nearest residents or significant visual impact. The consultation process again has not raised any new concerns or objections. There was one from SEPA, however that was overcome during the course of the application, and that was subsequently withdrawn. So as such, the revision to the ancillary infrastructure this application proposes is considered to be acceptable. I therefore recommend that the committee approve the Section 42 application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Graham. Questions for our case officer? Councillor John Campbell.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's the Community Council St John's Town of Dorai. I think it's the 4th bullet point down. It says community benefits. I've just wondered if you could elaborate a little bit on that particular point.
Graham.
Yes, thank you. I think we responded to that later on in the committee report. Let me just scroll down a little bit to try and find that. 4.15 on page 413. The comments of the Community Council are noted, but in the context of this application, which relates to an earlier appeal decision, new onerous conditions cannot be added at this stage. Local place plans are more related to the development plan process than the determination of applications. Furthermore, issues such as voluntary community benefits are not material planning considerations.
Yeah, thanks for that. That makes sense. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Campbell. Councillor McFarlane, please.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Graham. You may or may not be aware that clearly up at Carsfairn there are similar wind farms. And there was an issue last year whereby a temporary roadway that had been put in caused difficulty for some road users and resulted in a vehicle being written off, which if it had been less substantial could actually have been a bit more serious. Do we have any conditions that we can impose to make sure that the temporary road surfaces that are put down are secure and safe for use? Take note of the fact that you say we cannot put any more onerous conditions on, but really it shouldn't be a more onerous, it should actually just be making sure that what we have is safe for road users. Thanks.
Graham.
Thanks for the question. There's a condition requiring a construction and environmental management plan to be submitted to and approved. There are conditions pulled through from that our colleagues in roads have recommended previously. So I would be quite content just looking through them that we have enough conditions to make sure that there's no adverse impact on the road network.
Thanks, Graham. Content, Councillor McFarlane? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Any other, did you want to make an observation, David?
It's really just to bring members' attention to condition 24, which is on page 420 and 421, because that does cover things even such as post-construction carriageway and restoration work. So just to make sure that all these things are sorted out.
Thanks very much, David. On the basis there are no further questions for our case officer, we're in session.
Agree.
Councillor McFarlane has seconded Councillor Dryborough's proposal that we agree the recommendations as set out. Tracy, can you confirm the decision, please?
Thanks, Chair. Members have approved the application subject to the conditions detailed in the report.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Agenda item 13. An application for the installation of energy generating station comprising ground-mounted photovoltaic solar arrays, 37.9 megawatt, and battery-based electricity storage containers, together with substation inverter and transformer stations, site accesses, internal access tracks, security fencing and CCTV cameras, grid connection cable, landscaping and associated works at variance with condition 1 of planning permission reference 21/2491/full to allow the proposed development to commence no later than 22nd of November 2027, section 42, at land at Jockstown Farm near Creek-Annan, section 43, application reference number 25/0858/S42, recommendation, approved subject conditions, and our case officer again, Graham Smith. Graham, will you take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you. It's another section 42 application, this one looking to prolong the commencement of development of this solar farm approved by the committee in 2021. Under the current permission, the development should be commenced prior to 22nd of November this year. This application seeks another 2 years to get started, so that'd be 2027. The reason is due to delays in the grid connections at Chapel Cross, which is out with the control of the applicant. First slide shows the location of the site. Chapel Cross is nearby to the south, and it's predominantly rural, with the site comprising of and surrounded by open fields. The River Annan is to the west. The next slide shows the block plan and a closer view of the application site and the proximity to Chapel Cross again. The next slide shows a photo montage of the solar farm as consented, so it gives you a bit of a reminder of the scale of the development. And the final slide outlines what I consider again to be the main issues in this section 42. The applicant needs more time to get started. The matters are out with their control. In the circumstances, I don't think it would be reasonable for us to refuse this, as it would force them to get started on site constructing a development that cannot yet be connected to the grid. As I've explained in my report, I would consider that the proposal meets the relevant tests for a condition as set out in the Circular 4/1998. I've made the presentation deliberately short, as I believe it's a fairly straightforward proposal. There's no objections from consultees or nearby neighbours. Accordingly, as per my report, I'm going to recommend that you approve the variation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Graham. I have one member looking for a question to case officer, and that's Councillor David Slater. Councillor Slater, please.
I think this should be approved. It's not the developer's fault.
This is questions for the case officer.
Oh, sorry. Well, okay.
So I'll come to you first when we're making a decision. This is questions for the case officer.
I think it's...
Councillor Campbell, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm looking at the plan policies, NPF4, policy 23, it says health and safety, and just above that, 2.5, it says health and safety executive, no comment to offer. I'm just wondering, was that dealt with in the previous planning application?
Graham?
Yeah, there was very little comment from the consultees in general. Most of them have already looked at it, and the question of just extending the commencement period really didn't affect them. They were aware of what the development was, so they didn't have any problem with it being. I think maybe even the health and safety executive had said something along the lines of it doesn't fall within their remit to comment on this particular proposal. So whilst they were consulted, they gave us a kind of standard response back, just saying that they wouldn't be, you know, prepared to comment. So it's a bit of a neutral response there.
Thanks, Graham. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Campbell. Thanks, David. Vice Chair Tony Barretti, please.
Yeah, thanks. Given that you said that it's been 3 years nearly since this application went through, and at that stated just under 38 megawatts, they would have based that calculation on then type of panels that were available. Looking forward 2 years, with the difference in the technology changes, does it look as though they are going to potentially use less space for the same megawatt hours associated with this planning, or does it mean that they might end up increasing that megawatt array?
David?
Yes, it's an interesting question, but they've not proposed anything other than just to begin the commencement, so that they've not provided us with that kind of information, I'm afraid.
And I think given that it's not a new application, although it will be a new approval if we grant it today, with no change in the application, we can't revisit that particular application. So you content with the response, Councillor Barretti? Thank you. If there are no other questions for our case officer, Councillor Slater, you wanted to make a proposal?
Yes, the reason for that is it's out with the applicant's work, because he's being held up because of other contractors or other companies to put in power lines for their work, for their arrays, or power arrays. What? Yes, I am, yes, for that reason, yes, thank you.
Thank you. So Councillor Slater has proposed approval.
Agree.
And Councillor Driver has agreed. So if there are no alternative views, that's the decision of the committee. Can you just confirm your decision, Tracy, please?
Thank you, Chair. Members have approved the application subject to the conditions in the report. Thanks.
Agenda item 14, planning application for planning permission in principle for the erection of 2 dwelling houses at site adjacent to Silburn Garden Centre, Liswalt, Stranraer. It's a planning permission application in principle, reference number 25/1028 PIP. The recommendation is to refuse, and the case officer today is Rachel Light. Rachel, will you just take us through your presentation, please?
Good afternoon, councillors. Can we just grab the slides up? Thank you. As mentioned, this is an application in principle for the erection of 2 dwelling houses. Before us, it's been called into committee for a decision. So just taking you through the slides quickly, the location plan, the proposed site and the indicative drawings, although these are indicative only at these stages, the application is in principle only. At the top, you can see the existing shed, which the applicant runs a landscaping business out of currently. Looking down, the application site is on the left of the screen. Looking back with the application site to the right of the screen. This is inside the site, looking out towards the main road. You can see it's been laid to grass either side with a central hardcore road through the middle. A timber shed and allotment area has been formed. This is the view of the storage shed, workshop and log stores, which the houses would be in association with. Plot 1. Plot 2. As you can see from the slides, the site does not form part of a small business group. Neither is the site within a remote rural area. The applicant has therefore sought to gain support by proposing the dwellings in association with the adjacent workshop and storage building that we saw. The application has no relationship to the adjacent garden centre. One house is therefore proposed for the current business owner and another for a family member. The information which has been provided is very limited. Whilst a document entitled Business Plan has been submitted, it does not contain any financial information to show the business is viable or how the proposed dwellings would be provided for. No evidence has been provided in relation to how the business works, where the current owner and his daughter reside, why the current owner would need to relocate to this location, if the intention is to retire as stated within the documents, and there is no timeline for such. It is important that applications for dwellings in these locations are supported by robust information. In this instance, that information is not considered to be sufficient in order to carry the weight required to make a positive recommendation for this application. Given the lack of information to support the delivery of 2 houses within the open countryside, officers cannot reasonably conclude that the application is acceptable in principle, and the application is therefore recommended for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Any questions for our case officer? Councillor Giusti?
I think Councillor Drybrough was just before me.
In that case, I'm happy to allow Councillor Drybrough in first. Thank you for your generosity. Councillor Drybrough, please.
Well, thanks, Chair. And I'm just wondering if I could ask the officer, is this one where they've actually put an application in with very little information that you can't make a decision on, and therefore at the moment you're refusing it? And are there discussions ongoing with the applicants in this particular case? Because I am willing to go along with the recommendation, but I'm just kind of concerned that applicants are not putting enough information in for officers to make a decision, which is obviously taking your time away from other applications.
Thanks, Councillor Drybrough. I'll ask Rachel to respond, but I think there are a number of factors that would determine it not an acceptable proposal, even if there were additional information provided. But Rachel, can you just respond to Councillor Drybrough, please?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Yeah, to be clear, we don't have any information before us at the moment that would enable us to give the weight to that information in order to override our usual policies. So there's nothing in terms of business plans, there's no information as to why those buildings need to be there and any risks to the business if those buildings don't go there. So at the minute we just do not have the information. They will be able to obviously come back in with amended details if they so wish once they see how this application is determined today.
And I think Councillor Drybrough was concerned that if that was the only reason for refusal, we might have an opportunity to defer. But if there are other reasons why this should not be approved, then I think Councillor Drybrough would want that advice. I'm going to ask Mr Sutty to come in.
Thank you, Chair. Just to be clear, on page 459, you've got a very clear reason for refusal. It's not on the basis that we don't have enough information. It's basically they have provided information. There is a business plan that has come in. It's just so light in information. There isn't the support there to justify 2 houses in the countryside related to this business. It's just claimed that there's an essential need. It's claimed that there's a security need, but then there's no evidence. So I think there's a difference between we're waiting on information. If it was just a case we were waiting on information, we probably wouldn't have brought this to committee. But it's more the fact that the information isn't there to support it.
Thank you, David.
Thanks, Councillor Drybrough. Councillor Giusti.
Thank you, Chair. It's just more in a sense of creating a sense of place and a small building group. Can I ask the officer, is there enough buildings within this area to merit a small building group? Because you've got the garden centre very close by, the you've got the cottage with the garden centre and you've got a few cottages around. Is there enough buildings to create a building group here?
I will ask Rachel, but then I'll come to Mr Sutty, because I'm conscious of the fact this is Iona Brooks' report and that Rachel's very kindly stepped in to present it. So I'll ask Rachel first and I'll ask David just for clarification.
Sorry, that button's really sticky. So if you look at paragraph 4.8, ongoing, there has been an assessment as to whether we could look at that location as a small business group, and we have concluded that there would not be a small business group, a small buildings group in that location, because the buildings that are there are not in a compact and easily legible layout. They tend to be more interspersed in the area, and therefore it wouldn't create a central nucleus around which we could build a small building group.
Thanks, Rachel. And I'll just ask David in case there's any detailed information you might want to add.
Yeah, Rachel basically said what I was going to say. Paragraph 4.8 onwards gives an assessment as whether or not it complies with being a small building group, and the assessment has concluded it doesn't.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Giusti. In that case, if there are no other questions for our case officer, we'll go into session. So we're in session.
Agree the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Dryborough. Councillor Giusti, Councillor Campbell. I'll come to Councillor Giusti first, and then Councillor Campbell. Councillor Giusti.
Chair, looking at the list of people in the meeting, I believe Councillor Ingalls, the councillor that was pulling this in, is in the meeting, and I think he would want to speak.
That's correct, and that's my fault. Our clerk Tracy did tell me that earlier, so I will ask Councillor Ingalls at this stage to address the committee. Councillor Ingalls, if you're present, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Yeah, and thank you for considering this application. The vision for the region at the beginning of the LDP2 document confirms this council's intentions to create a thriving region with a sustainable economy built on sustainable principles, which recognises the importance of its landscape, while still facilitating positive change, promoting growth, maximising the use of existing infrastructure, and providing opportunities in the rural area for economic development, housing and recreation. The recently approved local housing strategy similarly sets out the Council's strategic intention and plans for the delivery of high quality housing and housing services that meet the needs of its local people. It is a fundamental premise of the new local housing strategy, vision and ambition that the provision of housing opportunities within our rural communities contributes positively towards those areas, repopulation and economic growth, ensuring that the people making up those communities live in quality homes that are well connected to their jobs, creating thriving local communities that support positive health and well-being. The new local housing strategy, as a material consideration in the determination of this case, comes at a crucial time with its support for inclusive growth that seeks to tackle inequalities across our rural areas, not just from an economic standpoint, but where it will also be instrumental in improving housing outcomes for our population across all housing tenures. This vision, together with the aspirations of the Council's new and approved local housing strategy, supports the principle behind the development being proposed through this application before you today and what it's hoping to achieve. It is the responsibility of the Planning Application Committee to seek to implement these visions and strategies of the Council where appropriate. Schemes afford it the opportunity to do so, and it is my contention and submission to this committee today that this proposed development does just that. When regard is had to these overarching vision and strategy statements of the Council in the LDP2 and the recently approved local housing strategy document, I submit that the proposal meets the provisions set out in those pertinent policy statements and associated supplementary guidance notes, as the application proposes a number of units that relates well to the scale and size of the cluster of dwellings and associated buildings that presently establishes this distinct building group, and relates well to the established layout, density and form of the other properties and premises comprising the group, and would not lead to any ribboning of development away from the defined and established group, and will not significantly or materially affect it to any adverse degree the visual character or amenities of the group of buildings the site is part of or the landscape setting of them, and respects the established pattern, character and sense of place for this small building group the application site forms part of, and will not be adversely affected to any materially detrimental degree as a result of the proposed development. I hope the members of the Planning Application Committee can appreciate and share my opinions that this cluster of properties, both housing and commercial, collectively establish that sense of place the policy requires, and my reason for supporting this proposal, and see its way to concur with them and grant planning permission for it today. Appreciate your time, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Ingalls. The only thing I will say to you is it's not currently a recognised building group, and we have a duty to apply a current planning policy in all our decision making, and the local housing strategy also requires us to have the right build in the right place. But thank you for the presentation, and thank you for being here today. So members, my apologies again to Councillor Ingalls for missing out his request earlier. Councillor Dryburgh, I did propose a motion to go with the office's recommendation. Councillor Campbell?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I mean, Policy 17, ANP4, Policy 17, Rural Homes, and none of this application actually fits any of that. You know, there's 8 criteria in there. And also the LDP2 Policy H3, again, there's criteria there, and this application does not fit any of that. So I don't see why we should go against our own planning policy. And there's nothing in the report, or from what I've heard so far, that we could make an exception to policy. So I'm happy to second Councillor Dryburgh's motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Campbell. I have Councillor Giusti, followed by Councillor Chrissy Hill. Councillor Giusti, Andrew, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I take a different perspective to this one. Being a local member, I know the area. I decided to take a week off, go for a wee coffee trip in Soulburn Garden Centre at the weekend. I took a wee look around. This isn't idyllic countryside, this site. It's already got a development on it. There's some houses around it, and you've got a garden centre that's quite large, the rear of it. I don't think that we're destroying any idyllic countryside with this one. I think it's probably an overall beneficial and good for the area. I think creating another couple of houses within the Stranraer area will ease the pressure of the housing crisis in the Stranraer area. Chair, I'm quite happy to put a motion forward to some kind of degree, if you'll allow me. I've got it written down. I've got it typed up. I move to approve planning application 2510-28 PIP for the erection of 2 dwelling houses at the site adjacent to Soulburn Garden Centre, Leswalt. One, that the proposal is well related to a small building group. While the officer's report argues the site does not meet the definition of a small building group, I believe there is a different interpretation of the policy. The report identifies 2 existing houses in the immediate vicinity, Soulburn Cottage and Hillhead Cottage, and the 2 additional dwellings in the wider vicinity, Soulburn Mill and Cairnview. The policy defines a small building group as are 3 or more separate habitable or occupied houses, which are well related to each other and which create a sense of place. The presence of 4 dwellings within a relatively close proximity, even if not all immediately visible, can be considered to form a cohesive building group in a rural context, creating a sense of place. The addition of 2 new houses would further consolidate this grouping and contribute to the rural settlement pattern around the nucleus of the Soulburn Garden Centre. Number 2, that the proposed dwelling houses are essential for a business requiring a rural location. The report dismisses the business plan as inadequate, stating it fails to demonstrate a stringent and essential need for houses. However, the business plan states the dwellings would enhance operational efficiency, reduce travel time, which, when we're in a climate emergency, I think that's what we need, is reduce travel, reduce carbon emissions. It would improve the applicant's work-life balance. Furthermore, it addresses the need for on-site security and for the landscaping business. The report argues against this by stating the applicant lives only 5 kilometres away, but in a rural setting, a permanent on-site presence can be a critical factor for the security and day-to-day operations of a business, especially one with valuable equipment. I believe the information provided sufficiently demonstrates the functional need for the dwellings to support the business, aligning with NPF policy 17A and LDP policy H3. That the development would involve beneficial redevelopment of a brownfield site. I think that this site is a brownfield site to a degree. The report asserts that the site does not fall under the definition of brownfield land and is currently well maintained. However, the site has been subject to significant development, including the erection of a storage shed, log stores, and other domestic paraphernalia. It also contains remains of a World War II camp, including building and concrete bases. I would argue that this history of prior use and existing structures renders the land as previously developed or brownfield in a functional sense, and its redevelopment for housing would represent a beneficial reuse of the land, aligning with policy H3 and NPF4 policy 17. I would also note that Council Roads officers and Scottish Water have raised no objections. The archaeologist has raised no objection, but given a directive. There's proposed for air source heat pumps and solar arrays demonstrates a commitment to sustainability, and that aligns with NPF4 policy 2, generating a low carbon footprint for these houses. The application aligns with the Council's vision for a strong rural economy and sustainable growth, as outlined by Councillor Ingalls on his call-in. Members, I would urge you to support this application. Stranraer needs housing, Dumfries and Galloway needs housing, and we should put our money where our mouth is when we say that we're in a housing crisis. We're not destroying the countryside with this one.
Chair, point of clarification.
I'm concerned about the length of the motion, and I'm going to ask Mr Sutty just to clarify whether or not this is competent. If it's a point for clarification in Chrissy Hill, I'm happy to have Councillor Hill come in. I've also got Councillor.
No, it's actually a point of when an elected member addresses the planning committee, they're supposed to leave as soon as they've done their address.
Was that Councillor Ingalls want to come back in?
No, apologies, Chair. I was still in the meeting. Apologies.
Aye. Councillor Driver is right. Any member that addresses the committee should leave immediately. I didn't realise Councillor Ingalls was still online. So, who asked for a point of clarification?
That was me.
That's fine, okay. So before I ask Councillor McFarlane to come in, I'm going to ask Mr Sutty to address some of the points that Councillor Giusti raised, because there's quite a significant number of points, and some of them I believe will not be relevant, but Mr Sutty, can you help with Councillor Giusti's proposal, and whether or not it's a competent proposal?
It's certainly not a succinct proposal, which I can recall all of, I'm afraid. As officers, we basically take a contrary view, and it's set out in the report why it's not considered to comply with the Council's interpretation of what meets a small building group. In terms of the brownfield use of land, I'm looking at NPF4 policy 17, which supports reuses brownfield land where a return to a natural state has not and will not happen without intervention. Well, I think the slides that Rachel just showed demonstrates that there's not really a brownfield site which is needing to return to a natural state. It's laid out in grass and an allotment. In terms of security, there isn't the element there to back that up. There isn't any proof in terms of the sustainability. presumably the applicant is going to, even if he's based there, is going to then go out to work. So there's no net reduction in the amount of travel. So for all these reasons, I'm struggling to find anything that's a competent motion on that, I'm afraid.
I'll come back to you, Councillor Juicy. I'm conscious that Councillor McFarlane wants to come in. Councillor McFarlane, Andy, please.
I believe Councillor Hill is on the list and was before me.
I would presume Councillor would be looking to second Councillor Juicy's motion, but I'll go back to Councillor Hill just in case that's wrong. Councillor Hill, please.
Yeah, hi, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm happy to second Councillor Juicy's motion. You know, where the site is, it is a busy location with Solburn. The garden centre is a busy centre, so it's not really idyllic countryside. So I'm happy to second Councillor Juicy's motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you for forbearance. I'm on page 450, and the very last paragraph there, it talks about a discharge of condition 8 relevant to a previous planning application, and I'd like some guidance in relation to, is that relevant to this application at all? The fact that there's a breach of planning in that regard.
Rachel.
So that's just bringing to your attention that we haven't had an actual discharge of condition application made for the archaeology in relation to the workshop which is on site. As I understand, they have provided information to the council's archaeologist that has not been ratified through planning, i.e. development management, through the discharge of condition. So it's just for background, it's not relevant to this, it won't make any difference to this application.
Okay, I see Councillor Juicy coming back in, but I'm really concerned that guidance from Head of Planning says that this is not a competent motion. I'll give you one opportunity, Councillor Juicy, and then I'm going to move on, and unless you can find some form of words that's an acceptable form of words, I'm just going to refuse to accept your motion. So can you, one last shot please, and I notice Councillor Drysdale was wanting to come in at the end.
Not a problem, thanks, Chair. So, Chair, I think that we're going to struggle to get this through on with our planning policies. So I would suggest that we approve this and what's the word?
Exception.
An exception, thank you, Councillor Bradbury, an exception to plan policy. And the fact that it is a good development and it will create more housing in the Stranraer area during a housing emergency. It does allow it's not a particularly rural locale. There is building, there is development, and there's actually a commercial element in this locale. So I don't see it as being a huge issue. I don't see it being a terribly rural area. So I'm happy to go against planning policy and do this as an exemption.
I think there's a wider issue that you can't just simply say it's an exception to policy and that means that it's a competent motion, because we still have policy to abide by. But I'll see what Councillor Dryborough has to say before I make a final decision on your proposal, Councillor Juicy. Councillor Dryborough, please.
Chair, I think this is pretty straightforward. I don't believe it's a competent motion for a recommendation to change the recommendation of the council officer in this case, and therefore it should be ruled incompetent. But I'm not trying to tell you your job in any way.
So are you suggesting it is competent, Councillor Dryborough?
No, I'm saying it's incompetent.
Thank you. So, Councillor Juicy, we can't make an exception to policy just on the basis that you don't want to accept the policy as it is.
So, Chair, our decision that we made earlier on an item where we went an exemption to policy because we felt it was a good application, was that incompetent? No, it wasn't. So I think that this should be treated with it. Sorry, Councillor Driver, I'm speaking at the moment. I think that is a good enough reason for us to do this one, because we need to be consistent.
Well, consistency is when we consider a motion and the contrary to policy or the exception to policy because members felt that was appropriate. And are you suggesting that somehow every time a member puts up a motion that's contrary to policy, we just accept it no matter what the context of that motion is and whether or no the policy applies or no? Because that seems to me an irresponsible approach to how we deal with planning applications here. It's maybe a useful suggestion, and this will be our final visit. Mr. Sutty is quite rightly suggested we might speak to Laura Whitelaw, legal advisor, on this, and then I have Tracy look into offer some advice as well. So Laura first and then Tracy.
Thank you, Chair. It is a valid point that Councillor Giusti makes that we did earlier on in proceedings make a decision contrary to policy. However, on that occasion, there was clear evidence lodged that supported a different view. The 3 points I've noted from Councillor Giusti is that, in his opinion, it is not a small building group. In his opinion, it is a business need is met. And in his opinion, there is a brownfield site there being reused. If he was able to link that to independent evidence that the committee have in front of them, then that could perhaps assist. Okay. Well, hopefully Councillor Giusti will be able to offer that independent advice today. If not, it might have to be revisited. We might have to defer until a further date. Tracy, and I notice I have Councillor Pauline Drysdale wishing to speak, but I'd take your advice as well, Tracy.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, along the lines, I was going to come in really on the grounds what Laura's just said there to the committee, was the previous decision was an exception to policy due to, for example, socio-economic benefits outweighing the negative. So if Councillor Giusti could reword rather than it's a suitable, in my opinion, it's a suitable development, then we could perhaps move forward with a motion and an amendment. And Chair, it's obviously at your discretion to allow Councillor Giusti perhaps an adjournment of 5 or 10 minutes at your discretion, obviously whether he wants to take that to get a form of words that might be acceptable. Thanks for that, Tracy. I'll go to Councillor Drysdale, then I'll come back to Councillor Giusti. Councillor Drysdale, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm just listening to all sides of the argument here, and we're quite aware that this is just a planning in principle application, and I think as far as we members are concerned, it's probably a little bit hard because there's no business plan associated with it. Whilst we can see it probably does meet some of the LDP2 policy, H3 council policies which support housing in the countryside, where the proposal meets one or more of the following criteria. So, we could look and consider it to be part of a small building group, but mainly it's possibly essential for the needs of agriculture or other business, in this case a garden centre, but we don't have that evidence in front of us. So I would like, through yourself, to ask David, at what stage do councillors get business plans, as we do often in farm applications for housing on agriculture sites? Would that come at a later stage in this sort of example, or should we be getting that at this point now? That's what I think we're missing in this report, but I'm not criticising officers, it's just probably something that hasn't been put forward by the agent. But some advice on that would be good, because that information is not there. But I do understand both sides of the argument. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Drysdale. I think the object of this exercise is if we permit a planning in principle, we are establishing the right for dwellings to be built on that location. What officers are saying quite clearly is, at the moment, there is not the evidence to support any business plan because we don't have it, any specified need to remain there or to build there because that hasn't been provided. And I think Councillor Giusti is trying to ensure that we simply proceed without what officers would see as essential if we are going to agree an exception to policy based on socio-economic need or a particular need to be at that location, because this application is not linked to the garden centre. It's completely independent. So, Councillor Giusti, do you want to Fraser form of words, or would you like us to defer this application another month to allow further information to be provided? And we would set out what information was required, or do you want to insist on a decision today?
Chair, I'm in members' hands. I can give you a form of words at the moment, or would other members prefer to get more information? I know that that was a concern earlier on with some of the questions that was coming earlier on in the sense of the information that was given. Would other members like to have more information? Otherwise, I don't want to waste time here. If other members would change their mind based on the information that came forward, just before we go and defer this and waste time, Chair, I hope you appreciate that stance.
No, thanks, Councillor Giusti. I think it's an unfortunate phrase saying, well, they changed their minds because nobody's decided yet. No, what I'm trying to get at is, if the applicant provides more information, then the officer's recommendation might be different from the one that currently is. Mr. Sutty?
If I can just provide some clarity on that, there was a submission with the application. Because it involves sensitive information, it's not on the Council's website, but it is summarised within your report. What officers are saying is, we've got the information, but the information is not sufficient quality and detail to support the justification for a house in application. It's simply making, you know, fairly bold statements without the evidence to support it. So our view is that the evidence is not there. It's not showing an essential need in the countryside which meets any of the criteria which are set out in local development plan policy, local development plan 2 policy H3 or NPF 4 policy 17. So that there isn't the essential need for a house in the countryside. If Councillor Giusti is willing to come forward with a motion or an amendment, whichever it is, stating why he considers, contrary to the officer's assessment, that this does meet the terms of being a small building group, he can justify why it is a brownfield site despite the slides that we've seen, and why there is a business which is essential to have 2 houses at that site. Then obviously that's something which could be taken forward as a competent motion.
In that case, we will decide this today. Councillor Giusti, provide us with some, if you need a couple of minutes, I'm happy to call a recess. That's advice of our governance officer. Or I'm happy to have you just state the case now and we'll go to the, I will go to the vote. You have a seconder already, Chrissy Hill, and I presume whatever it is that you set out, Councillor Hill will support it. So I'm in your hands whether you want a 5-minute recess or whether you want to just set out your motion now and we'll proceed.
Thanks, Chair. No, I'll not hold up the committee any longer, but I will put the motion forward that we go contrary to the officer's recommendations. The site is a small building group. And the social economic benefits of the Stranraer area from 2 houses and the impact that will have on the housing emergency within the Stranraer area, the benefits outweigh the negatives here, as the rural landscape isn't particularly idyllic, and it's not an idyllic rural landscape that we're building on. Does that make some kind of sense in the sense of competency?
I'm happy to go with that. We'll just go on and make a determination today. I need, governance needs the wording, Councillor Giusti, simply for the record, and it may be that your motion is successful, in which case we'll definitely need the wording.
Was that inviting me back in to give wording? Or
you can send it to governance as soon as you can, please.
Chair, can I try and perhaps find a way forward on this without going into motions and amendments and things like that?
It depends on this, Councillor Driver, because I'd be reluctant to encourage Councillor Giusti to go to the applicant and get a whole host of additional information, and then we come back with the officer with the same recommendation.
No, it's going to be a lot quicker than that, Chair, I can assure you. This is an application that's come into this. we can agree that we've not had enough information to make a decision, therefore it's been refused. My understanding is they get a free go within a year, so they can come back.
They can get a free go with a refusal, Councillor Dryburgh, so that isn't necessary.
Well, that's what I'm saying, refuse it.
Pardon?
Well,
I'll get Mr City to come in.
Chair, I think what Councillor Dryburgh is saying is that there is a right for a free go to a new application within a year of a refusal. So if it was refused today, the applicant would have the free go could come in with more information and have another attempt that way. Or alternatively, if it is refused, then they would have a right of appeal to the Scottish ministers, and they could look at that as well.
So I think that seems to be the best route, actually. We'll decide this today, and the applicant, if it's refused, will have an opportunity to either resubmit free of charge or go to Scottish ministers. So we have a motion and an amendment.
I can't read out the amendment until I have the wording.
All right, well, Tracy, can you read out the amendment until I have the wording?
Well, I was going to say if it would help, I mean, I was noting down what Councillor Giusti said, but in summary, it was that the site should be granted planning permission. The proposal for 2 houses should be granted planning permission, as it does constitute a small building group. There would be socio-economic benefits in approving 2 houses at that location, which would assist with a housing emergency. I think that was a bit tenuous. And it's also a location which is, the rural nature of the location is such that there is considerable amount of development in the area, including a nearby garden centre. So I think that was the 3 points I was taking out of it.
And in that
Chair,
basis, would you consider that to be a competent motion, David?
Well, the part about 2 houses making a housing emergency difference is probably tenuous, but the other parts I think are competent.
Laura, are you content with David's advice?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. In that case, we have a mover. Chrissy Hill, are you happy to second the new wording that Councillor Giusti has set out?
Yeah, happy to second that. Thank you.
Thank you. So a motion for Councillor Dryburgh, second by Councillor Campbell, an amendment by Councillor Giusti, second by Councillor Hill. Take us to the vote, please, Tracy.
Okay, thanks, Chair. So the motion proposed by Councillor Dryburgh, seconded by John Campbell, and that's to refuse on the grounds as detailed in the report. The amendment was proposed by Councillor Giusti, seconded by Councillor Hill, and that was to approve for the reasons that David read out earlier on, and Councillor Giusti confirmed. Chair.
Thanks, Tracy. A motion, please.
Vice Chair.
Motion.
Councillor Blake.
Motion.
Councillor Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Drysdale.
Motion.
Councillor Giusti.
Amendment.
Councillor Hill.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Johnston.
Motion.
Councillor Jordan.
Motion, please.
Councillor McFarlane.
Motion, please.
Councillor Slater.
Motion, please.
You're not going to ask me?
Oh, apologies, Councillor Dryburgh, you're not on my voting sheet. Apologies. Sorry. Sorry, Councillor Dryburgh.
Motion.
So the motion is carried 10 votes to 2 and the application has been refused. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tracy. We're going to agenda item number 15, an application for the erection of extension to northwest elevation of agricultural building at Upper McCubbington, Coldside Road, Algar, Dumfries. This is a full application, reference number 25/0893/full. Recommendation is to approve subject condition, and just for the record, the hierarchy type is local, not minor. Case Officer Jamie McKenzie. Jamie, if you're online, can you take us through your presentation, please?
No, Chair, I'd said I'd
Oh,
stand.
it's Mr. Sutton. I
I'd
knew that.
stand
I've
in
got
for
it
Jamie
here.
just because I didn't want to have him sit all the way through the meeting. Just for this one, it's only before yourselves by virtue of the fact the application's been made by an elected member, namely Councillor Bell, but it's actually a very straightforward extension to an existing agricultural shed. So I'll just run through the slides very quickly. You can see that the highlighted section on the northwest is where it would be. That's a context plan just to give it in the context of Muir Aldgarth. Existing floor plan, existing elevation, so you will see an extra section move on to the right hand side. So that's what it would look like. So basically from that to that. So it would just be built on the end there, and recessed into the hill and into the existing adjoining shed. That's a view from the other side, from the top end, and the overall context of the farm. So basically it's an application which would have been approved under delegated powers had it not been by an elected member. Thank you, Chair.
Questions for our case officer? None. We're in session. Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, happy to approve, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Drysdale.
Yeah, happy to second, thanks.
Thank you. Any alternative views? No. Can you confirm the decision of the committee, please, Tracy?
Thanks, Chair. Members have approved the application subject to condition in the report. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Before we go, I have two questions to put to members, and I'm absolutely in your hands what your opinion is. We had 17 written submissions today that the clerk had to read out. They're all sent in advance. They're already online. I would like, with your authority, to go and speak to governance and see if we can remove the reading out of these representations, because we already have them.
Chair, can we just stop the live feed for this?
I stop the live feed, aye.